everybody. Um, I'm going live against my better judgment. I'm dead tired, but it's almost 2 o'clock. And if I don't do it now, I don't know when. I can't do it later on. I'm going to have to hit the hay. Ham did a call today, but I don't know if he's going to come back on to this one or not. I'm completely worn out. Completely worn out. I had an important hearing today, so I'm tired. I'm tired. What do I want to tell you? It's my understanding that there's going to be support for ZJYL in here, but let's look where it is, because as soon as I hear things like that, I usually think, uh-oh, it's going to go lower. So let's see. Yeah, sure enough, 96 cents. So what I think's going on, and I don't, it's me making an ass out of you and umption. I think what's going on is the people involved in that are distracted elsewhere. That's what I think's happening. So I don't think it's over, but I'm just cleaning off my desk so I can open up my notebook and talk to you, and I did it. So sorry about that. I understand that possibly GDC, which is up, well, no, it's not. It's down 3 cents. It was up when I looked at it. The GDC might be ready to go, but I don't really have any specific information. My favorite year-end trade is Sexy Nixie. They're gonna just like the president said about the gold standard. Nixie's gonna say nix on that when it comes to short selling. Nixie is 270. It's a battle. You know, it could always go lower. You could have a $1 drop and then he spike downward if they attack all at once. On the other hand, if that happens, I can't give financial advice, but I think that would lead to an opportunity to buy. I think Nixie from here, let's pick a number. I think it's a 10x hopefully by Christmas time. If it's not Christmas, I guess then we'll have to wait for Valentine's Day because the holidays will be upon us. But I think it'll be a year-end trade, Nixie. I did the video on Finger. That's down 2 cents, not much action today. I was very impressed with my meeting with Martin. And I think you have to get ready that the third quarter, which should be announced. Let me just do it in my head. Soon. Or has it been? It should be announced right around now. I'm not, he didn't tell me, but my sense of it is it's not going to be bad, not going to be great. It's nothing to, jump out of your skin over. But I think there might be other news coming, and there might be really good news for the fourth quarter, right? My read, and you saw it, it's not anything I learned separately. My read on it is the fourth quarter, they could finally turn positive on earnings, and more importantly, set it up for every quarter afterward. And that would be great. I want to try to, God, I'm out of it. I'm really tired. I want to try to show you one stock while you still have time. My mouse batteries might have expired. I have more batteries somewhere. I do have more batteries. Let me just see if I can switch them out and it'll work. Otherwise, I'll have to excuse myself and go get some more batteries. Yep. Excuse me a second while I get some AA batteries. They're either over there or they're in the kitchen. Hang on. Batteries make me think of MMAT. What a great technology those guys had, and it gets destroyed by the criminals. And that's the market we have now. It's set up for the greed. All right, let me get these out of here. I was going to go pick up my dog today, right now. One, I'm tired, but two, I think he is not strong enough in the afternoon to walk. So I'm going to wait. I hope I'm making the right decision. I'm going to wait until tomorrow morning to go get him. I miss him. I miss him. Usually he's sitting right here, pacing. All right, I want to try to show you something. And we'll go through it together. I don't know. All right. That's not going to work. Let me see if I can find. Okay, let me come back to you. Oh, the stream has ended. The stream has ended. Oh, there's another stream. Ah, good. Why am I not there? I don't know what happened. So I signed out, signed back in, had a phone call in between, and Ham's here. So let me try to get Ham on. And we can just leave the other discussion until the market closes.
Battery 40%. Connected to Bill's iPhone.
He may not answer. We wait for him to call back in.
Call and
All right, he'll call back in, I'm sure. Okay, so I want to show you this. And maybe I can show it to you before Ham calls. And we'll just read some of the headlines. But I want to call your attention to this stock. Let me make sure you can read it. You can. This is Railtown AI Technologies. 26 cents. I think this could give you 10x as well. I think it can go to $4 or $5, so I think it can give you 10x. And I mean another year-end trade. The company's statistics are market cap 30 million. I just want to get the share number for us. Shares outstanding 131 million, and the float 92 million. So all of that's very high if you're thinking about, but look how much is held by insiders, 30%. But this is a company with a future. Let me see if summary. Let's go to the news. Okay, so, all right, they're in a summer. Great. They're launching a large-scale customer acquisition campaign. Okay, great. 2 months ago, this new product, all right, let's see what it's announced the development for commercialization of new product aimed at improving scientific research and experimental development for software companies. Corey Brandolini. All right, let's go to their website. Let me see their website. Railtown, here's the part I was told. Railtown AI, a Microsoft partner, is a cloud-based application general intelligence platform for software developers and teams. We purpose-built our application general intelligence platform to help software developers and agile practitioners to save time on redundant tasks. I heard it's accessible on Microsoft's Azure Marketplace, and I heard it's really lightning fast as compared to taking months. There's social media. I don't see their website. I don't see their website. All right, so Let me look at the chart with you and see. I just think this is I got a friend of mine recommended it, and I think it's something that, like Nick's, could be exciting. All right, so here's the chart of Railtown Technologies. And it started trading, I guess, this year. Support at the worst is in there. At the best, it's in here. This is Breakout City, somewhere in here. You got a something like that. I don't know. Something like that. Can't tell much from this chart, but let me see if I can get Railtown AI. Website. Okay, here's Railtown AI website, the AI platform for developer productivity engineering. Our partners, Microsoft, Mila. Let me make sure you're seeing this. You are seeing it, good. NVIDIA, AMI Co-Sell Ready Founders Hub. We help software development teams win. Supercharges software development teams to deliver high quality software faster than ever before, providing a unified view for every stakeholder at any stage of the software process. Root cause analysis. Who could argue with root cause analysis? Efficiency you can measure. Railtown AI supports 50 plus languages and integrations. I guess those are languages. Schedule a demo. Let's see if they have a case study. Let's see what the case study is. Vivo Solutions. The goal, to streamline its process by refining alerts. Solution. Railtown AI simplified our software development lifecycle by bucketing together errors using its unique AI engine and then notifying us only of new and repeat issues in the logs in every new build. This capacity highlighted issues which needed attention, but were getting lost in the logs. Instead of a flood of log notifications, we now get a targeted and manageable set, which helps us identify and fix issues. Higher productivities unleashed. It prioritizes urgent issues, but developers now take less time to know which error to fix. Anyway, Railtown AI achieves SOC2 type compliance, transforming error management with Railtown's AI error bucketing, boosting developer productivity, secures your systems from infrastructure leaks. 10 ways to fix your clunky old software. Wall Street Journal recently called technical debt a 1.52 trillion problem. How it saves you time. Azure. See, it's getting into areas that you may understand, but I don't really. AI detects software bugs and analyzes it. Anyway, so this is the company. It's interesting that they have such partners like NVIDIA and Microsoft. To me, that means someday, as they grow, logical thing, they get bought out. And I think it's a trade much sooner than that. And let's leave it at that for now. And maybe we can say some more later. Audio dropouts are with my connection. Am I having an audio dropout again? It's nothing. Outstanding interview, and you're back on. Yeah, I'm at the edge of my stamina. I'm not 26 anymore. Back when I was 26, I would complain all the time about stamina. Thank you, Dita. Thanks, all of you guys. I'll get back up there. Let's see what this says. What the fuck on SJYL? Helpful comment. That's a helpful comment. I don't know where to start with that one. As you know, Pete, all of these stocks, particularly the ones that are just kind of shellish, the opponents, the guys on the other side, they just sell. When a stock goes up, they sell. When it goes down, they sell. When it's flat, they sell. When there's no buying, they sell. When there's buying, they sell, but they might step aside. They just sell. Every single day they sell. They sell stock that doesn't exist. They sell stock they don't locate. They sell stock they don't borrow. And then the broker dealers don't demand receipt. It happens every single day, hour, week. It goes on and on and on and on. It never stops, ever. Briefly, they might get these uplifts, but they know they can get it in control with the discipline of just selling. So what the fuck is going on? Sellers. Well, yeah, but wasn't it supposed to? I can't get your question back up. I can't get it back up. So I don't know. It's don't understand what's happening. This computer, I'm going to restart it. I'm just going to restart it. It just wouldn't let me do anything in the, I don't know what's happening. Only on days. All right, so remember how they were talking up. It's supposed to be a home run. I don't remember talking it up. If you mean Thomas Baltzar, if you mean every one of these stocks has a risk profile, and the number one risk, Thomas, is you guys sell stock that doesn't exist on every single one of these companies. So, Thomas, if you're not interested in being here, please leave. I never, how did you put it? Talking up ZJYL. I recommended looking at it, sure. And I remember saying the story, but here's what it was to my memory. A group of insiders / whales owned the majority, actually more than the outstanding float. And then they did a forward split 200 to 1. And, the stock showed strength. Now, I only found out of it after it had run up. So it then became riskier. And I'm not, let me be clear. I think the stock's worth buying. But of course, you're just all Mr. Negative. You expect every stock to instantly go up, never have a drawdown, ever. I think you should do something. Go to a college where they give A+ to every student for showing up. They give you an award just for being there, because that's not how real life is. So the question becomes, rather than being negative, is there an opportunity to buy ZJYL now that it's down at $1? I'm not ready to say that it is, because when things break down like that, it's not always good. However, this is a speculative play, as many of these are, trying to catch some sort of short covering squeeze rally. Sentiment can change on a dime. So you can take your negativity and go pound sand. And I'd really, hey, Sada, how are you? Yeah, that's true. I am a bit on fumes. I can feel it in my head. Let me see if I can make this computer over here work. And I guess that means I didn't save the. Anyway, I can just use this right here. I don't need to be on there. Oh, there it is. Maybe it's here. I think what happened is it's better than my old computer, but it has limited memory. And I think, hey, it's working. All right, I'm going to sign off here. But why is it so small? Why is everything so difficult today? Why is everything difficult? All right, I'll be small. I'll be small. I'll be small. I'll just be small. I won't be big. I don't know why that's happening. But hey, it's life. Turn on my heater. Um, um, hey, that's magic. I guess we can talk about it. I mean, waiting for news is it's just waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing ever happens. So we can talk about it. The company is. I'd rather read from the research report if it's here. Yeah, I didn't get ready. I do have two older research reports which I'd like to read from. Do you? But I can't find them. What's great, Mr. Babcock, is when you know there's here it. Maybe this is it. When you know there's trolls online, it's a good time to put data out there because you know they're going to be supportive. Let me see if I can find the research. There's one. There's two. I found them. Okay. Why don't we just take some time and talk about it? June 5th of 2017, an analyst named David Snow wrote it up, and I know David Snow personally. And then he wrote one in June 9 of 2018. So I'm going to, even though somebody else put the name out there for today, I'm not going to use the name. We recommend purchase of this gold company because it's fully funded, which it was, and this is pre-COVID, pre-earthquake, and also pre changing the process. Test scale furnace. Well, here's Ham, so we'll have to wait to do that after. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Where are you?
Trying to get you on a speaker so you can.
I'm on a bicycle.
Battery 40%. Connected
Well,
to
now
Phil's
you're on
iPhone.
15
live.
minutes, I'll be done, all right?
All right, call back when you're done.
Goodbye.
Okay, so the test scale furnace testing gave a high of 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, which is equivalent to 0.354 ounces per ton of gold, which is a commercial grade. I never mentioned this aspect of it, but the material has palladium. New furnaces may add 0.20 plus to the 0.265 ounces per ton of gold recovered per ton for a total of 0.60 ounces per ton by mid-year. Now, I would caution that I think they're only going after the gold with the new process, not the palladium, but that gives you an idea of the magnitude of the resource here. 0.6 ounces of gold equivalent per ton. It's just an incredible thing. But they're going for the gold in this pilot test, and what they were doing previously was 0.265 ounces of gold per ton. Now I used 0.20 in any of my descriptions, so I tried to keep it conservative. Like a lot of the information I've been reading in these books and in research, something happened. It's like COVID or the pandemic or the economic world. I don't know. Everything got shifted by 5 or 6 years, and that's true here. So this applies to what's going to happen with this company, and it's happening now, by the way. They're going to production test the 174 million tons already drilled to determine the extractable grade. They're going to drill for another 100 million tons for a total of 274 million tons of resource. On top of that, they're going to bring in, probably not right away, but they'll bring in third party to reassay everything. So it's all third party confirmed. This new protocol has already been developed. It's being tested on a production level right now. They're getting ready for it. So listen to this. At the time this was written, we'll dial it back. At 0.6 ounces per ton, 165 million ounces of gold equivalent. It's half an ounce of gold per share. Well, that's not where we are. At that time, there were 400 million shares out. There'll be by the time the funding comes in, there'll be 900 million or so. Also, they're not going to go after the palladium initially. So we can look at it differently. He was projecting using $20 per ounce. He was projecting $20 to $100 an ounce in the ground. He was projecting $10 to $50 a share. So let's try to do a more current calculation. There's 174 million tons. Previously assayed, third party, drilled down to 200 feet. And that, I just read to you that they think that this analyst actually thinks the gold recovery could be 0.26 0.265, but just using 0.20, which I think is still, they have to prove this on a production scale. I think they will, but it's still, I mean, that's what needs to be done right now. So if let's use 0.20, so you take 174 million tons of resource, you multiply it by 0.2 ounces of gold recovered, that's 34,800,000 ounces of gold to be recovered. And I have a high degree of confidence in that, but that's the point. That's the risk still in the project. If they were to sell that gold, that company, for 100, I pick a number. I mean, gold in the ground proven will sell for $50 to $500 an ounce. I don't know. Let's use $150. That's $5 billion they'd sell. But I mean, I'm making these numbers up at this point, but I'm trying to be conservative. $5.2 billion they sell the company for. Right now, there's probably about I don't know, 500,000 shares outstanding, 500 million. But when the money that's expected to be raised, because you can't wait, the company's raised $1.3 million to date. Part of it was your money. Another big investor came in with $1 million after having his geologic team visit the company, visit with the senior guys twice for hours, apparently. Las Vegas, 7 hours, and then out at the site. Very wealthy guy. What do you call it? Metallurgists and engineers studied, listened to all the data. He put up $1 million. Collectively, we have put up about 300,000. There's a gentleman who's committed to putting up the additional 5 million. This was agreed about 10 weeks ago, and it just hasn't come in yet, but I'm highly confident it will. It was a negotiation, and everything's agreed. The money's just not come in. So technically, as I've told you, I would prefer to talk about the company after it's fully funded, and then I'll have a Zoom call. But of course, that's not good enough. I have to get the question still, because as if I wouldn't update you. So I'll try to do it right now. When that 5 million comes in, the company will have raised 6.3 million on a request to raise 5 million made last February. There's been 2 offers to just buy the company now. But the shareholders, the big shareholders, have decided, no, this is the way forward. I think by the time all that money's in, there'll be roughly, it doesn't, these are all rough numbers. There'll be roughly 900 million shares outstanding. So that's $5.8 a share. And you paid 4 cents. You paid 4 cents. Now that's if they sell it at that level. But let's go a little further. He says here they're going to drill for another 100 million tons. So let's take that to 274 million tons times 0.2. Point two being 0.2 ounces per ton recovered. That's 54 million ounces of gold. Let's use $150 again, which I think is very, very low. Gold's trading at $2,700 an ounce. The calculated cost of this process, it's yet to be fully determined, but it's estimated at $400 an ounce. So would they sell it at 150 an ounce? I don't know. I think it might be a lot higher than that. So that's 8 billion. 8 billion. So if we divide that by the 900 million approximately, which will be outstanding at that time, you get a $9 number. You paid 4 cents. 4 cents. All right, so that's some of the development which will occur, just like back when they raised this money. A couple things happened. There was an earthquake, but the main thing that hit was the after they started doing some processing was the economic shutdown, and most of the team, the brains, are up in Canada, the project's in Nevada. It just kind of went sideways for a while, and that's why I'm so excited about the opportunity to invest. Nothing changed in the ground. All right. By the way, the raise they did right here was 8 cents a share. I didn't participate. I wasn't offered. I didn't know about it. All right. So they're building the furnace, all that. That's what's happening right now. Even though this was written a few years ago, that exact thing's happening. They're building out the furnace. They're building out the process. They're going to try, he says here, to process 500 pounds of ore every day. That's not accurate. They're going to process 34 tons a day. No, I think it's 34,000 tons a day when they get it built up. I'm doing that by memory. Right, I'm going to not talk about the palladium, but it's there. I'm not going to talk about that because they're just focusing on the gold for now. Okay, by recovering the previously announced gold grades of 0.20 ounces per ton to 0.265 ounces per ton gold. Oh, he's saying results could even be better than that. Okay. we previously heard a figure of $400 an ounce recovery. There's one more step they've put in the process, and cost could drop to $200 an ounce. I'd go with the 400. Today's North American mining costs, and it's really odd, this is still true today. Well, actually, they're higher. Are around $800 an ounce. They're closer to $1,200 an ounce now. And he's saying it's down from 1,200, but I think they're 1,200 now. And a few years back, they were $1,500 an ounce. So the plan before, which is now the plan, is to have an independent engineering assaying firm re-assay the 174 million tons in hand, which was assayed at 0.04 ounces of gold recoverable using caustic fusion assay. And so it didn't get the gold. This is invisible gold. He's using numbers I think are going to be increased. They're going to build a pilot plant where they produce gold every single day, and once it's producing, there's no risk left in the project. All right, so the 174 million tons was already drilled and separately assayed in 10-foot intervals. Some were 20 feet. And yeah, it's too confusing what he's saying. But the point is, they drilled 174 drill holes down to 200 feet. They're going to drill them down to 400 feet and maybe down to 600 feet. The resource definitely goes down to 400 feet because they drilled a few wells down there. They're going to drill more deeper. If that's the case, you double the reserves, possibly triple them, and that's just in the tons that have been third-party assayed so far. So you could double that 174 million, and then you can drill in between. That's a north zone and a south zone. You could drill in between and potentially add a third or more. And then you can also go out on the acreage, and I want to find it here. It might be in his other report, but you could get to 1 billion tons of resource, 1 billion tons of resource very easily. And this is right next to the Carlin trend, which made Newmont mining and made Barrick Gold the largest gold producers in North America. They found 200 million ounces in the Carlin trend, invisible. The difference here, every one of these plays has different characteristics. The difference here is it's refractory as well as nano gold. So that's part of the developing of the process. All right, this is when gold was trading for, he doesn't say, but gold wasn't trading where it is. Present value of total resources at which existing producers sell is around $100 an ounce. For juniors, not yet in production, it may be lower. And in this case, he used $20 an ounce. given this company's low cost and large additional exploration upside, including depth and width, $100 an ounce is reasonable as a buyout price. This was written 4 or 5 years. Well, I'll tell you, summer of 17. Well, gold's like I said, it's at 2,700 now. In fact, at a pure 10% net present value number, the upside might be $300 an ounce. Although no gold producer sells at this time for more than about $100 an ounce, these project economics might support $300 an ounce. He thinks $100 is reasonable. Maybe to be really conservative, use $20. So let's use those. And his stock value at this time was $10 to $50 a share. $10 to $50 a share. We're going to have double the number of shares out. That's true. So, but gold is so much, it's almost doubled in price. So then he says a sellout is likely. The interesting thing is to sell out if it happened at this time, $50 a share. So let's call it $25 a share to adjust by the more shares. The sellout would be $17.5 billion. And what's weird, these big companies, they haven't gone up by much. Barrick, Newmont, Goldcorp, Anglo Gold, Kinross. He thinks maybe a consortium would have to buy them out because it's so big, and it is big. Well, he talks about the risk being, can you get the palladium out with the gold? I'm ignoring the palladium altogether. Second risk is timing. Well, that was prescient. Information has been tight, but once and this applies now, once the production process gets going, updates would be expected every 4 to 6 weeks. He expected, and I think it's true, that as they produce large volumes in a newly rebuilt production facility with new equipment, that results will improve. And the reason I say that is they always do. And well, always is a big word, but they often do in a mining process. This playa soft rock nano gold, the first of its kind, will be a game changer for the industry, as was the hard rock nano gold to the north in the Carlin trend in Nevada in the 1960s. A paradigm shift is in the works. The period of wait is a good time to buy. It was publicly trading then. And it's now moved the company from R&D to D, and it's a strong buy. Put another way, Stocks often go through an anticipation, a letdown, and a payoff cycle, with the payoff stage potentially far exceeding the anticipation stage. Buying time is here. All right, that's his first report. His second report, the company's process gave 0.20. This was in the middle of 2018. Gave 0.20 ounces per ton of gold consistently in hundreds of tests. And then he brings up the palladium again. I'm going to ignore the palladium. Then there was an earthquake, and then there was COVID. And so those were some of the delays. But also the metallurgist during that time frame funded the development of this new, when I say new, it's a process that's been developed over 5-6 years with new microscope, whatever this equipment is that can see down to the nano level. Anyway, he funded it. He did it out of Canada, and it just delayed things. And now this year's gone by because funding has been delayed. But the only thing left to do is to produce the gold, as he calls it, weigh the gold, in this existing pilot plant, which needs to be rehabbed, expanded, and upgraded. And that's what's going on now. All right, there's two processes that they were working on then that he's picked. And now, let me just show you this. My yellow pen isn't working. I miss my dog. I miss my dog. Let's see if I can find my orange pen. I can't, so I'll blur it with green. Okay, so this is the chart that the guy doing all this, the genius doing all this, gave at the beginning of the year. Now you can see in the yellow, this is the caustic fusion results, the assay, and there's a leach method too. But it came out at 0.04 ounces per ton. Well, he's got two other processes now that work, but this green one is the one that they're going to produce with. It's proprietary. It's called the NMET process. But it gets 0.20 ounces of gold per ton in hundreds of tests. And now I can read from his executive summary. The company owns over 4,000 acres mineral rights in the felsic sand gold zone. It's near Reno, Nevada. The company actively worked the project from 2007. I think I bought my first shares in 2009 through 2020, when activities were halted because of the COVID crisis and an earthquake, which damaged the plant. The gentleman doing this resumed metallurgical operations at his own cost in Canada, and he couldn't come down here because of travel restrictions. And he paid for everything from 2020 to 2024. So that was the beginning of this year when he came and suggested that we raise money. I cannot explain why it's taking so long to get this final funding in, but I do believe it's coming. It'll be here presently. Not only do I believe it, I know it. Okay, so this is the baseline. This is the baseline of this investment. The company discovered 6.6 million ounces of gold in these sands in the 2009-2010 timeframe. As I've already said, the gold resources were 174 million tons of sand at 0.038 ounces of gold per ton using caustic fusion. I just showed you the yellow. And they did the assay in 37 of the 200 drill holes the sonic drill holes. The grade was confirmed by large ton bulk tests with sodium thiosulfate leach to yield 0.048 more, 0.048. But anyway, using 0.038, 0.04, they come up with 6.6 million ounces of gold. He bought an electron microscope and worked on it up there. So they improved gold extractions from 0.038 in hundreds of tests, nanotechnical knowledge, to 0.20 or better using the NMAT and the other one in 2023. All assay and resource calculations were done by independent geologists, engineers in chain of custody samples collected from the sonic drill holes. The proprietary NMET leach method has been under development for many years. The gold extracted has averaged, like I said, 0.20. The pilot plant, which is what the money is for, uses the NMET leach and is scheduled for construction, operation, and gold extraction in 2024. Well, this was written in January 15th, 2024, and that timeline presumed that the company brought money in February, March. Well, in sort of February, March, the company got a buyout offer. So that delayed by a wealthy, very wealthy resource player. That delayed everything while that was considered. That guy had since came back with a slightly revised offer, but the company decided to go with raising equity, which you participated in. So we raised money. I put some in. We raised money, a tiny bit, but whatever. We raised money in the summer. I forget, and I think we ended it in August. Well, that was great. That was fantastic. The company was able to do things which moved everything forward a bit. But it was time to fulfill this project. So I don't know how much detail to give here, but let's say it this way, an investor through a vehicle Agreed. And I think I think it's great. I think it's one of the most exciting things I've ever seen, to fund the deal. And I would say, I'm looking as I'm talking to you, I'm looking to see if I can see the date. But I would say that got negotiated in the end of September. Let me see. No, I don't have it here. So it's been October, sort of end of September, October, and November, waiting for the money to come in. These things happen. I've raised money many times before on a large scale, and there's delays. It's just a process. So because there was a delay, the company raised $1 million additionally from a wealthy, very wealthy resource investor whose team of engineers studied everything. And that money is in. The company is moving forward as we speak, building out the pilot plant and getting ready to weigh the gold. Now, I'm not sure how much money's left of that group. I would imagine quite a bit, 700,000 or so. But they really need the 5 million to come in to just ramp up. Timeline, I would say, because we're getting the money when it comes, it'll probably be I'm being sarcastic. It'll probably be during the J.D. Vance administration. No, I think it'll be very soon, November. I think you're looking at to be safe, next August, September, to sell the company or explore the sale of the company. But you could have production going on starting in January, February. And once those numbers come out and once it's happening, this valuation will suddenly explode upward, and it'll take on a life of its own. Anyway, let me just read through this report. I don't want to copy what I've already said. So there's the processes that they develop. Oh, he's talking about the palladium. I want to leave the palladium out. Okay, so they did a series of tests, and the average gold was 0.228. So it was more than 0.20. In terms of costs, they appeared to be meet the company's objective of being under $400 an ounce to produce. I just want to get to the summary. 176 tons of resource will be able, you can give a present value to. Since the hundreds of tests, large and small, validate the process, we believe the new time frame is 6 to 9 months. It's the same schedule, but it was delayed by everything. So 6 to 9 months, I think, is the time frame from probably from October when the $1 million came in, but let's just say from December. So late summer. They're going to reassay the resource using a third-party chain of custody. And then he says a thorough reassaying and redoing everything, that could take a year. But hey, the key is, as the pilot plant is producing, those results will get spread like wildfire. And it won't matter. That it'll be a joy to wait the extra months. Okay, so in addition to the sands down to 200 feet, there are brines, seawater, 430 feet beneath the surface. There are the additional 200 feet between 200 feet and the 430 feet lower. And then there's also clays. And then there's sands in the area now targeted down to 400 feet. All right, the brines could be processed, but let's skip over it. Okay, so if they drill with third party, the sands down to 400 feet, that'll be 500 million tons of resource. And if they drill down to 400 feet, if they drill the sands to 400 feet, it'll be 500 tons to 200 feet. So it's 500 tons if they drill the whole area down to 200 feet. That would double to 1 billion tons of resource if they take it down to 400 feet. They already drilled holes down to 400 feet, so they know it's there. Some boring topic about the wicking effect. But it's basically, it'll all be this, he thinks, the same throughout. Now, the particles may, he said, change in size, but you can only find that out by producing them. So they may have to recalibrate their process, which they can do. Okay, so they let some of their leases go. When I talked to the guy, he said it wasn't the sweet spot. So, but it was also to save money. So then he calculates it could be as high as 1.3 billion tons. And he thinks he could go release, if he wanted to, the rest of the area, because his is the only process that would work there. He writes up a lot about that. It's not worth reading. He talks about the clays. I don't want to talk about the clays. Okay, assaying and processing this resource is similar to the Carlin discovery in the early 1960s of submicron gold, which revolutionized the world gold mining industry and accounts for half of the world's gold production today. The Carlin trend in Nevada. Another paradigm shift is being sought and developed by your company, and you're paying four pennies. Let's see what his target was at the time. He didn't give a target. So anyway, I gave you an update. Practically, where the company's waiting for $5 million to come in, which has been agreed. It hasn't come in yet. I haven't been able to reach out to anybody to talk about the company because technically it's a quiet period and I could talk about it after the money comes in. But man, I guess people are tired of waiting. So I tried to talk about it. The $1 million which came in has gotten the process going. They're up building ordering the materials, ordering the machines. They're moving forward. It's technically all he needs to do to prove it up. But there's going to be some other expenses. And so I just think your investment and the guy that put up the $1 million and the new guy through a vehicle, it's going to be fantastic. I really do. So anyway. When do we get the spin-off shares of Next? I have no idea, but the record date was there, and something in my head says they'll distribute them next quarter. So I don't think it's anytime soon. I literally think it could be January. It was in the filing. I want to say it said January. They're not really worth very much. It might cause a squeeze, and it might be something to. He tried me. I didn't hear him try. Oh, he did 3 times. So just to finish up on that, I expect that capital to come in very shortly. Obviously, if it doesn't come in, I'll have to change my story.
Ended.
What's the difference? What's the difference between this one and that one?
Call.
All right. I didn't see you call. I had my phone right here.
I'm sorry. They had to put ice on me, and I had to wait.
Did you wash your
Anyway,
hands?
let me go through the recap because we only got 40 minutes to go till the end of the day. I'm going to start off with ROOT, root. Once again, the stop is 40. He's got short squeezed. The short got blown out. He covered up to 120. Then the stock went back down to 65. That is the shorts letting it free fall. After a short covers, that's what happens. It free falls. It fell down to 65, and now it's been walking up slowly ever since. And today it hit a high of 110. I think it was the high. 110, yeah. That is a short controlling his own destiny. He's covering it himself. That's what it looks like. It's a controlled, the short is covering, he's been told to cover, or he's taking his own loss, and this is how it looks. So they come in, they spike it, it drops, and then they walk it up. That is a real short covering, okay? You understand that, right? Finger motion, when the short folds in finger motion, it's so deadly, there won't be any of that play up and down nonsense. It's going to be just straight up. Because once they fold, all they're going to be doing is buy until there's no more short. Very different than that controlled buy-in that you're seeing now. Ours is going to be the prime broker calling them up and saying, you're done, buy it in. And that's what happened. It's a bloodbath then. That's the difference between the two names. And I wanted you to understand that, everybody to understand that. All right? So that's the second part. You understand that a controlled buy-in, you can see it, how it works, it spikes, it's down, it's up, it's all over the place. That's what they're trying to do with DJT. They spike it up, they drive it down, they try to get people to come out of the stock. This is what volatility looks like. All right, let's go on to finger motion. William, I want everybody to understand the dynamics. That's that big word, I'm using dynamics of a special dividend. If you're short, you owe the dividend to the investor that is long the stock. So if Jeff Easton sold us, 230 million shares, he has to owe 10% or 23 million dividend shares to all the different investors. That's the liability of the short seller. They owe the dividends. All right. So finger motion will have a record date, hopefully sometime in December. They'll have a record date. On that date, whoever owns the stock, it's on their statement or in their account, they're entitled to the dividend. You have to own it on the record date. We do not know the record date yet. The company will tell us when that's going to be. So the record date is going to be just like musical chairs. You stop the music. Everyone needs a seat when you stop the music. If you don't have a seat, that means you own a counterfeit share because you're not a shareholder of record. That's how you expose this whole crime. It's musical chairs. You stop the music. Everyone needs a seat. If you have no seat, you own a counterfeit share because you have no rights to anything. All right? That doesn't mean that you have no rights to your dividend. Your broker has to get you your dividend. It's just the way it is. Now, Finger Motion has designed a new dividend. It's a warrant. It will have its own CUSIP number, right? And if you look at it, MMTLP had the same type of thing. A new dividend. It had a CUSIP number, and it started trading on its own. Well, this dividend will be attached to the stock, meaning that, let's say it's I don't really know the strike price yet. Let's say it's a $3 strike price, $4 strike, whatever it is. Everyone, when the stock goes above that number, you can exercise it, and you collect the difference. So let's say you have 10,000 shares. You get 10% dividend, which is 1,000 shares. Let's say the dividend FNGRW, because it'll have a different symbol. It'll be FNGRW. And let's say the market in that warrant is going to be 10 cents to 20 cents, William. And I got 1,000 dividend shares. Would you sell it at 20 cents to make $200 and to pay tax on it? Would that be worth it? Just asking you a question, William.
No, I'd probably, unless I needed the money, which.
I mean, it'd be $200 minus the taxes, right?
Yeah,
So the probability
I would
of people
hang on
selling,
to it.
most people are going to hang on to it. And I look at it, and I spoke with a couple of friends. When it does start to trade, anything that's below 50 cents, if they offer anything below 50 cents, we're going to scoop it up. And you say, why would you do that? Well, the warrant will have an exercise price of, say, $3, but it also will have a 2-year period that it's good for. So it's an option that doesn't expire for 2 years. An option that doesn't expire for 2 years is worth at least 50 cents. And you can go look at DJT's 40 calls for next week. They're probably $1.50, and you got 5 days to go, or 6 days to go. Imagine having 2 years to go. So there has to be some premium built into it. So let's say 50 cents. I'm going to make it the stock. It'll open up. It'll be 50 to 75 cents. Because people are going to buy it up to 50, so 50 to 75 cents. That's going to be the market in it. The short sellers, their cost, they're going to be short at 0. At 50 cents, they're going to be losing 50 cents times 23 million shares, which is like about $10 million, $11 million. They'll be down $11 million out of the gate. On top of the $11 million loss, they're going to have to put up margin money to defend their short sales and then warrant. The prime broker is going to sit there and say, hey, if these things ever get going, you guys are short these things. You got to put up money to protect it. So besides their short position in finger, now they're going to have this to maintain this other short position now. And they can't push it down because it's got a 2-year warrant expiration on it, and people are going to scoop it up. So basically, they trapped themselves for us. We needed the company to come through, and the company has come through, and they're saying that it's going to be next month. So these guys have an enormous problem, and that's why they attacked the stock today, because they know they have a big problem. All right? They have a huge problem. They don't know what to do. There's no way out, and now they're going to be short 2 things. So it's not just finger, they're going to be short the warrant also. And that's pretty sizable, 23 million of them. And the real short is going to be 10% of 1.7 million or 170,000 of the warrants. So the 2 idiots are now going to be short the stock and the warrants. They never thought the company would get to this point. They've been trying to kill this company for years. They can't kill it. And the fundamentals of the company, unfortunate for them, have now caught up, and they'll be turning, and the company should start ramping up because they went through all the discovery and the building out their business. That's all turning to going towards from a startup to a middle of the road type company that's getting ready to expand on their revenues. The CEO told you that yesterday. The CEO told us they have this monster contract with the Chinese government. I mean, he said a lot of good things, and I think that people aren't paying attention. This is a life-changing situation that's getting stronger. The one thing I'm looking for, or I've been a little disappointed on so far, is President Trump hasn't come out, and I'm tired of hearing him say, or someone say, that everyone they're voting for or think about voting for to be the chairman of the SEC, they're all crypto friendly. Well, we need someone to be stock market friendly. Enough of the crypto stuff. He spoke about crypto, it went up, it doubled. All right, imagine when he starts talking about naked short selling, what's going to happen. I believe he's going to do it. I don't know when he's going to do it, but I know Devin Nunes, I put up all the stories again. Devin Nunes, we're going to punish the shorts. We're going after the shorts. We're filing against the shorts. They've done everything. So again, people need to pay attention. That guy was sentenced to jail for 21 years. I don't know what he was sentenced to. That guy from, what's that guy's name again, William?
Bill
That
Wong,
guy from,
John
Bill
Hancock,
Long. He's heading to
Bill
prison.
Clinton.
Yeah. Christian just sent me something about him.
Joe?
I asked him to do that.
Joe
His
Mum.
name is Bill Hung.
Yeah,
Well, he's going to jail.
he's going to
That's
jail.
what the shorts are facing. That's what the shorts are facing. They're facing 20 years in prison. Think about that for a minute. These guys are going to jail. All right? They can't get out of it. They're playing around. They need the stock it to be 0. It ain't happening. Now what do you want to do? It's your move. All right? The company's making their move. It's your move next. They've been manipulating stocks for such a long time. It's over with these characters. They can keep playing. We're not letting them get away. And I told you that. How long is this guy going to jail for? The defense asked for no jail time. The judge said it's utterly ridiculous.
NVIDIA. Earnings for NVIDIA after the close.
You got 18 years for wire fraud, market fraud, manipulation.
Your Honor, I won't live that long.
Well, that's what you get for playing with fire. Jeff Easton needed a bigger stake, that fat fuck. I hope he chokes on it. Him and that other guy, Phil Linwalier, and his two fucking, the other two, the CFO, they all belong in jail. They're all part of the crime. Watch how fast they start talking once they get busted. They're a disgrace. The whole thing is a disgrace. But again, we're not letting them go. I want you to understand. And, these guys, they overstayed their welcome. They thought they was going to steal forever. They thought no one would ever stop this. Well, they never met William and Christian and Ace and all these people that are around this thing. And now they have a big problem. So anyway, where is the stock at, William? I'm just still at rehab.
It was flat. Let me look.
I don't know where it is.
Down. It's down 0.019, 189.1, 189 by 191. 193,000 shares traded.
So remember in the morning, William, they did about 60,000 in the first minute of trading. Free market and the first minute you traded. So half of this volume of 190, take away at least 60 out of the gate was garbage, was wash trade. So they just did that. Then they did the attack down to 184. They crossed a bunch of shares just to make it look like they're selling in the stock. And you can see there is no selling. It's been sideways since I've been in therapy for over an hour. All they're doing is the same cha-cha, the 100 shares back and forth. Does anyone have any questions about the dividend? It's important they understand that.
Yeah, when are we going to get it?
Next question. The first question out of the gate is stupid. Next question.
I made it up. No one asked you that.
Anyone who's angry at the company or the CEO needs to go to the SEC, bang on their door, and tell them about Jeff Easton. He's the criminal. The company is building a business. I'm tired of people. It was a woman, or I don't know if it's a woman or a guy saying shit to me on Twitter. I told her to get lost. I said, you absolutely learned nothing. Call the SEC, and I blocked her. I don't have time for that nonsense anymore. The anger has to go towards the criminals. The companies can't do anything. The companies can only do so much. They got to file with the SEC. They got to make sure this, that, and the other thing, everything is good, you know?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Martin Shen yesterday did a great job. You did a great job, and I thank you again. I can't thank you enough for what you did. Most people are throwing fucking rocks at us. They don't move out of their fucking house. William got up, got on the train for 4 hours, went to New York, had lunch, met the CEO, and he was still on the train going home at 11 last night where everybody was already, gave up already on the day. And William was still running around. I've done it many times. William does it. We're doing everything we can to expose these criminals. Because once we expose the criminals, everyone here can make a living in the stock market. Because if you've been paying attention to anything we're saying, you learn so much about trading around everything that's going on. You learn how to trade around fraud. Imagine how easy it's going to be when you trade in a normal stock market, buying and selling, instead of fraudulent counterfeit shares all day long.
Just have to learn Chinese or Iranian or Russian if you want an honest
I don't
market.
understand how.
Or Korean.
I don't understand how this government hasn't shut down the borders and forget the migrants coming in. That's a different story. How they don't have any control of what's going on. FINRA, the SEC, when people do stuff offshore. It's the biggest loophole in creation where foreigners, even U.S. hedge funds are stealing from the U.S., running it to offshores, and it's just criminal. William, there was a firm that got caught naked shorting in Spain, driving a pharmaceutical company down, and they caught them. They're going after them. I forgot the name. I saw it someplace this morning. Frankie Nez did the story. Frankie Nez did the story on that. It was a pharmaceutical company in Spain, or a cancer company, and they caught them manipulating their stock over there. They can do it anywhere. They do it everywhere. Every country that allows this is a disgrace.
They destroyed the company that has the membrane that keeps electric vehicle batteries from exploding. They destroyed MMAT, but hey, those guys. They're not going to need batteries in their future.
Right.
So how can the shorts sell as much as they want? Can they drive the price below $1?
Okay, here's your second stupid question. If the short sellers thought they can win, they would let the stock go higher. They can't sell it down. If they thought they can win, they let it go up. They can't win. They're showing you they can't win. That's why they try to push it down.
I feel like I win when I lose. What?
They have no choice. The only reason they're holding it down is because they have a margin problem. If it goes up, that's it. There's no mystery behind it. If they thought they can win, why the fuck are they selling finger motion? Go knock PLTR. Go knock $100 stock out of the box. What are you doing it down here? Why would you even play in the ghetto? Go up there and go kill a real company. Go knock out a big company if you could sell it all day. They can't do it all day. That's why. You just can't keep doing it.
This guy's asking you, is the dividend there in the room with you now?
I'm looking at one.
That's pretty
Maybe,
funny.
No.
SOUN, I don't know that one, but you're probably right. Noon's letter ties DJT and MMTLP at the hip.
Listen, I could care less. MMTLP, MMAT, whatever stock is going to go, they're all going to go. It's going to be like the 4th of July when you throw a pack of firecrackers out there. There's 20 of them tied to a pack. It'll go bang, 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 bang. That's how it's going to go off.
So this guy, he's listened to you for a long time. He's a smart guy, but still, he thinks there's a connection with criminal selling. And anyway, here's the question. Why is EJYL tanking today? Is there some negative news?
Yes, the president took a big shit today. I don't know.
It's not the news. The criminals are just selling. The buyers stop. The buyers run out of money, or they get distracted with another shiny object. And then the criminals, they just keep selling. They're like water going down while you're building a sandcastle, the water keeps coming and coming and coming. Doesn't matter how much you layer up the sand, it's gonna come. It's just the selling.
They need to get the stock to go lower at all costs. That's all they're doing. They need DJT to go down before Trump comes out and makes a statement about what he's going to do about naked short selling and his company. When he does that, they're all dead. That's why the volatility of DJT has gotten so crazy. They need to keep pushing it down to get people to come out. They don't want any speculators in it helping to drive it up.
So on this one, ZJYL, would you think it's reasonable to buy shares, or would you just stay away until you know more? or what do you do?
I stay away until I know more. I told you that.
Okay, all right. It's a big sell-off, so I don't know. Personally, I just think I don't think the story's changed. I think the concentration is on other stories. I don't think it's gone away though, but I don't know. Let's see. What are the highlights of my interview with the CEO? I think my highlights are two things. Fourth quarter, there's above excellent chance that he's going to go positive earnings. If he doesn't, it'll be in 2000. It'll be next year. And I also think
when you say next year, what is there next year?
Their year ends February 28th. Unless it's a leap year, then it's February 29th. And so right now we are in Finger Motion's fiscal 2025 year. And I expect their fourth quarter, ending February 28th, I think, to show us. It might be the one that turns positive, but it's going to show us why we can expect their 2006, which is our 2025, to be positive. So I thought that was great. Second thing is that I took away from it is I think that the contract for these, the emergency EVP, emergency vehicle program, is going to grow, and big league. And I also think that cloud computing is going to be a big source of it. And I asked him on the interview, the insurance companies are getting close to having a product. And I think we're finally there where you're going to see growth in that company. I didn't hear any negatives. The dividend's going to come.
Hey, William, just while we got to end the call, I asked you about it last night. What did that thing in Chinese look like? What was that thing?
They only had 3 words in English, like summary and I don't know, prospect. And all the rest was in Chinese. It all looked like that, but it was a thick book. They had a lot of glossy, great pictures, and there were documents. A few took a picture of one I remember. So anyway, I'm sure it's a very good piece. I just couldn't read any of it. It was probably 40 pages. It wasn't cheap. It wasn't cheap.
He did make a statement. I watched it twice. He did make a statement that it's a major contract with the government of China. I'm sure it has endless things, it has endless opportunities for the company.
Well, they're the only ones. They're the only ones. And that was interesting to me. He doesn't get out ahead of his projections very much, but I think next year is going to be
listen.
a good year.
Listen, some people have said to me, well, he's got to get a little more life in him, a little pizzazz. I says, this is not that type of guy. He's a no bullshit guy. He's got a good personality, but he goes down the road and he does what he has to do. What else can you say? I don't want to see a guy go up there and be a cheerleader. Did we have anybody who was a cheerleader that you can think of, William? What was the number one cheerleader stock that you remember?
I think it was Roger Rabbit with the black hair.
There you go. He was out there banging drums on number one. I did all the stuff. He covered the shorts. He sold out. He did everything he can to raise money. He sold everyone down the river.
But man, did he sound smart with that accent. Oh, gosh. He was a genius. Well, I'll be flying to I couldn't. All right, let's see. What's your favorite stock at the moment, Ham?
I want to buy calls on NVIDIA. The only
NVIDIA.
reason I want to buy calls because everyone's so bearish on it because they're tying it to some other company. Everyone has to be wrong. I don't know anything about it. I'm curious what it's going to be.
After the market. Yeah, I think you're fine. I think you're fine in that.
No,
By the
no,
way,
I just-
it's the X date. Dave asked that question too. The X date is November 15th. The delivery date, I looked it up while Ham was talking, will be approximately January 15th. So I was right about
What's
that.
that for?
That's for NIXX. They
I don't
spun
know.
off. They spun off their original company. That is my point about Finger. If they can sell ZJYL, they can sell Finger down before the dividend announcement. Or am I missing something? Yeah, they can.
They're selling it down before the dividend announcement. They're doing it already. This is exactly what happened to Root. 40, 120, sell it down to 65. Everyone thinks it's over. The stock's 110. DJT, they sold it down to 12. We all thought it was dead. Everybody was yelling, he's never going to go. Boom, 12 to 57. That's how it works. Finger motion, they're putting it down. It's going to turn. When it does turn, it's going to turn violent. It's going to go up huge. That's how it works. I would do the same thing. You would do the same thing if you were short. I'd be sitting here saying every scumbag thing on Twitter. I'd be fucking making believe I'm along. I would be fucking doing everything I can to push that stock lower to get you to think twice about what's going on. That's it. What's going on with some idiot, Jeff Easton and his buddies are short. They were short against the toxic note. The toxic note was taken away, and now they're trapped. There you go. They thought they could never lose. Well, here they are. They're trapped now. Now what do you want to do? They're facing 20 years in jail. What would you do?
Call my mother.
There you go. That's what's going on here.
I can't believe this MicroStrategy trust. Kit pointed it out when it was like 60 or something. It's 277. That's got to be a little overdone.
No, MSTR?
MSTU.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
MSTU. That's the MicroStrategy something or other.
I know
Daily
it's not,
target
but
ETF. It's a bloody
that's the
ETF.
guy- that's the guy that's Michael Saylor.
Yeah, Michael Saylor. I went out back when I was a big guy on the social scene. I went out to parties at that building in Tyson's Corner. When I walked in, everyone watched. They didn't, they didn't notice me. Is the dividend in the room with you now?
Listen, I'm just going to say it again. Your opportunity, everyone knows what's going on here. You got a guy short 230 million. We beat the doors down to the SEC. We put the truck up there. If there wasn't a problem, they would have shut us down. There is a monster problem. That's what's going on here. I think finger motion's in a basket, and these guys are trying to hold. They're getting eaten up on some of these stocks that are going back up, and they're trying to hold down finger motion because that would actually put more pressure on their losses if finger motion starts to go up. So I think that's why they're holding it down. These guys are trapped. They trapped themselves. I told you they're a bunch of fucking buffoons. They're fucking baboons. They belong in a circus, these fucking idiots. Excuse me, in the zoo. They don't know what they're doing. The guy was a bullshit artist. He traded Yahoo options. That's his claim to fame. And now he's up 220% all the time. He's a fucking crook. Just like Savvy Matt has Hal Mintz. Every 6,300 people signed a petition calling him a crook. He finally got busted by the SEC. I got to believe he's going to jail also for manipulation. And when GTIA opens up back for trading again, that's all going to unwind back on the Alpine and the Kramers. They think they got away. They can go away either. Finger motion one day is just going to open up and you're going to say, what the fuck? Why didn't I buy it here? That's all I can tell. That's my opinion of it. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm sorry for my French.
Well, at least you conjugate it well.
The guys, they had me laying on the table with that weight on the back of my leg. It was killing me again.
Finger just posted, according to David, pictures of Mr. Shen yesterday with people from the New York Stock Exchange. Wow, I'd have to look that up.
Well, that's pretty interesting because I told him a long time ago to get listed on the New York Stock Exchange. That's pretty good.
That would be great. This guy wishes I had asked the CEO of Finger what he thought the peak price of Finger would be. Come on, are you smoking something?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I think it's going to be a couple of $1,000 bucks. And people are going to sit there and say, oh, okay, that's what same thing happened to Volkswagen, right? It's never going to go. Volkswagen, when it squeezed, wasn't even selling a car. It was during the one of the market sell-offs. They were doing zero.
It's private.
And it went up to 2,500. That's how it goes. When you get caught, that's what happens.
We will not see the Finger dividend until after Christmas. Well, actually, in the interview, he felt, and he was very clear about that. And I know it's confusing, but he said he thought it would be done this year, and he said, I mean this calendar year. He didn't say their fiscal year. So I think the dividend, the audit, let me put it that way, the audit should be completed by the middle of December because they have other things they're trying to do too. And so that audit, which is a new auditor, will be done by the middle of December. According to him, Mr. Shen, the SEC should have that's the last thing they need. They should have no issue with approving the dividend. They could, though, but he says he doesn't expect any problems. So let's say they get the audit on the 15th. They file it with the SEC. The SEC says, okay, on the 20th, they have to give 10 days notice before the record date. So you are right. I think you're talking January, probably before the record date. But that they could announce it in the middle of December. That's my opinion. Wow, thank you for Lucky Boy. Thank you very much. In my opinion, it doesn't look like the dividend. We won't see it until Christmas or after. All right.
So listen, for the people that get depressed that it's taking a few more days, I got it. I'm not going to do it. Just go out and look at it and say, okay, here we are, November, what is it today, 18th and 19th? I don't even know what it is. Whatever day it is, I don't know. It's the 20th. How many days are left between now and January 1? Take away the holidays, take away how many days a year between now and the end of the year, and do your own countdown. What is it? You're talking 20 days? 20 trading days?
I just want to know
I've been doing this
how
for
long.
24 years. Again, I don't hold anyone to a deadline. The company wants to do it as fast as we want it to get done. Everyone wanted to know if the company was doing it. They told you they're doing it. The guy told you. The CEO told you they're doing it. So to me, it's just a waiting game now. We need Trump to send somebody in here and speak about making short selling. That is important. And we need the company to do the dividend, because if Trump doesn't say anything, we're going to do it ourselves and fuck them. We'll win. We're going to win by ourselves. I don't need anybody else. And that's how I feel.
That's all I need.
Pat Byrne destroyed them with a dividend. That's how you beat them, with dividends. It's the only way. Dole Foods has too many shares. How did they find out they had too many shares? A special dividend exposes it. Just Google it, read it. It's musical chairs. Stop the music. Everyone needs a seat. If you have no seat, that means you don't own a share of stock because there's nothing backing up your purchase. That doesn't mean you're not entitled to it. That just tells you that we can actually get that number. MMTLP, if you just count the longs up, you'll figure out how many shares are short. They won't tell them. Why won't they tell them? For 800 days, whatever it is, because they know it's a big, massive problem. They let it go on too long. People have figured it out, and now the game is over. That's what's going on here. Pat Byrne had a video up there. Christian Shaughnessy put it up there, a short video. Pat Byrne said, you're looking at 1,000 wealthy people that are going to get the shit kicked out of them when they start covering the shares. This is the truth. Wealthy people. They're crooks. They got wealthy by stealing. That's how it is. These guys are such scumbags. These little pockets, these penny stock guys are the worst. They're out there probably trying to steal now because they can't make any money. They're all thieves. How many small companies go to an event and the people standing there are all fucking crooks? They're all there. That's why I don't go there, because I have to go there with a gun to shoot everybody, because they're all criminals. There's not one person there offering real money. Does everyone understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Any questions on the dividend? Forget the day, what minute
when
it's
are we
coming.
getting it?
So's fucking Christmas. They're all coming. Yeah, when's it coming? I don't know. Hold your breath. Fuck do I know? The guy who fucking defrauded Credit Suisse and Nomura, he cost him billions of dollars, 18 years in jail. Jeff Easton has destroyed companies, looted, and he's still standing around. That guy should be fucking put in jail for 100 years. Because he's premeditated this whole thing. He didn't give a shit. That other guy probably just legged into that trades, whatever he was doing, getting bigger and doing it that way. Jeff Easton's business plan was come out, sign the note, destroy the company. Sign the note, destroy the company. That's what he did. He's like a fucking murderer. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Now that you got me, I'm sitting with my knee in pain in a car after doing therapy for an hour and a half, so I'm pissed off.
Steve Mertz.
Rosenberg.
Steve Mertz's knee hurts. His bend is at 111 degrees.
Oh, I'm somewhere between 110 and 115. Getting to that 115 is tough.
I had to go when I went yesterday. I got up. I couldn't put my shoes on, and it's been building up. I didn't know if I could go, but I had to wear these sandals that I could unflap and put on because I have gout in my right foot. I couldn't walk. It was very painful, but I got there. I did it. I wasn't complaining, but I thought to myself, God, I'm going to go in there. And I remembered my associate in London would tell me, don't bother showing up. They're going to think you're a cripple. So I thought, oh, Martin's going to think I'm a cripple. So I showed up, and I went to the wrong hotel lobby, believe it or not. He came there, and we did it, worked out. But he comes in limping. I said, what's wrong? What happened? Because he's a healthy-looking, big, he's a tennis player, slim. He said, well, I have this thing. It's called the gout. I said, really? That's what I have right there. And he was limping, same foot. It was unbelievable.
He really has it?
Yeah, he has it. He gets gout. And he doesn't do any bad things in life. We both agreed what it is stress. It comes down to stress. And I think it's traveling and not drinking enough water, things like that. Yeah, but we had that in common. Leanna says, ham is on fire. Fire.
Listen, I want you to understand it. Either you're going to, listen, I can't guarantee you what the government's going to do, what's this, but we're going to break these guys. That I'm not leaving until we do. All right? This is what's good. We're going to keep coming at him. We're going to keep reporting him. I'm going to put the truck back out there shortly again. And, whoever the new head of the SEC is, we're waiting for them. And I'll put their name on the truck and we'll roast them alive right there, too. And I'll put it up there and I'll call out President Trump to say, hey, this is your new head of the SEC? Well, we reported a fucking crime. Here's the picture. Where is everybody? I don't give a shit who's in charge. I want stock settlement. And throw out all the other, all the other bullshit stuff will work out. But that's what we need. I saw someone say on Twitter, I think it was Hester Pierce, that people get involved in the equity markets to get financial freedom. Yeah. They put us in fucking prison, that fucking piece of shit.
Look, they're starting 800,000 troops are going to be amassed on the Russian border so that Larry Fink can make money redeveloping Ukraine.
Listen, they got to shut that down immediately. Throw those fucking people out. Who wants to start a war with these people? What are you, crazy?
Send Chelsea Clinton, or is she too old? Send young Barbara Bush, or is she too old?
That voted to put this, let these people shoot missiles into Russia to be fucking taken out in handcuffs already.
Fire.
Disgrace. Anyway, everyone, I'm gonna go home and put some ice on my knee and let it swell up and entertain myself for a few hours. I'll be on Twitter. I'm going to be relentless. I'm not going away. I know you fucking probably sick of hearing me. I'm tired of saying the same shit. But I'm not letting that fat fucking pig get away with our money. He's not stealing my family's money. Fuck him. Fuck him and fuck all his friends. I don't really care. I'm not going away. I don't care where he wants to fucking meet, whatever he wants to do. I'm not going away. And my friends and everybody wants to be with me because we're not letting this guy rob us. You're not coming and robbing us without a fucking gun and a mask. Are you kidding me? We're not allowing that to happen. I grew up in Brooklyn, and we don't take that shit lightly. You're not coming in to rob the store. If you come in to rob a store, you better come in shooting because you ain't leaving the store. That's for shit sure.
Now
Anyway,
you're not
William,
leaving. When he goes
Now
up
you
and
can't
closes, now you guys can't leave. Now you can't leave.
That's in the Bronx still. That's how it is in Brooklyn or in the Bronx. That's the way we grew up. We don't take shit. You don't let people come in and rob you. Get out of here.
Now you can't leave.
You got punk getting beat up in the park all the time. Listen, let me run. There's a friend walking by. Let me go.
All right. Thank you. Well, in no particular order up here, that gold company is private, so it doesn't matter what the name is. Also, yes, because it technically the offering's still open, and maybe they'll take that. I think that was Darren. Maybe they'll take more money. I'm not, that's up to you. But I think it's one of the largest investors in it, very wealthy guy. He says it's the best bet he's ever seen, and he's made a lot of bets. He said, "I've made a lot of bets." It's exciting. It's exciting, and with what gold's doing, Anyway, we're going to be in a new paradigm. What else did you ask? That mattered. Yeah, the dividend comes out on or around the 15th for that. MLSS is climbing back up. Yeah, I agree. I haven't got time for the pain. No, I haven't got time for the pain. So anyway, Ham doesn't know about it, I don't think, but I told you about RLAIF. RLAIF. My prediction? 20x. 20x. My prediction. And it could happen year end. RLAIF. This ZJYL, that chart doesn't, I agree with Kit. The chart doesn't really look all that. I don't find you men all that appealing. I'm sure that sounds cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. Well, it's getting, Kit might see this. Let's just see if it is getting there. I don't know. You really have to stretch it. You really have to stretch it. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm trying to see something there that isn't there. But if that's correct, it could pop back to 2 very quickly. I'm not saying that's correct. I am not saying that's correct. I think I'm wishful thinking. You were just wishful thinking. I don't mind the things you say or do, Lord. You took all my money and my time. But you know, it's not that hard to say. Won't you please just go away? I'm looking for a good time. Yeah. Sail on, party. Good times never felt so good. It's hard to find much optimism in this chart, except that might be a declining wedge. Might be a declining wedge. Hello?
Shit for everybody.
What's your question?
All right, if you had a choice with $2, would you rather be short or long? Knowing what you see what's going on between the president coming in on January 20th, the dividend coming up, the company's fundamentals kicking in, and the SEC getting fucking, maybe we get the guy we need in there to force stock settlement. Or you sit here and be short at $2 thinking you're going to try to make a few bucks down here. I look at it, and you have to be out of your bird to be short here at $2. Out of your mind. Even if the company was complete trash, I wouldn't be short at $2. If the company's trash, doing a dividend, and the president of the United States says company's being naked shorted, you have to anticipate he's going to say something. Who would want to be short? You got to be out of your mind. The only reason the stock is acting awful is because they keep pushing it down because they know they're fucked. That's it. That's what I wanted to let you know. So anyway,
when you put it that way, can you give me a day to think about it?
Take as much time as you like.
Give me till tomorrow morning. I'll give you an answer.
What are you waiting for the trade to go positive? What are you cherry picking a trade? Williams, a Monday morning quarterback. Oh, I love that stock after it goes up. What happened in the video? Did it go? The earnings come out? Is it up and down $80? Which one is it? You're gonna give me the quote in the video?
Oh, Nvidia. I didn't hear you,
Yeah.
and it's just because I was distracted. And oh, because of you, they must have announced their earnings. It is down
Going
a
up
dollar. After hours, it's up 11 cents. Maybe they haven't announced them yet.
Probably not. No, it's interesting. All right, let me go home. Have a good night. I wanted to get off my chest.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Call ended.
I bet you play lacrosse. I bet you play lacrosse. Good times never felt so good. You guys didn't grow up with the commodes. Lionel was good. Lionel. I saw him. Saw him play. I also saw Earth, Wind, and Fire. I think I saw Average White Band. I think. That may be a memory I've invented, but I believe I saw them. I'm standing by for the conference call. What were the earnings? Were they good? All right, so guys, I started reading this book again on the train. The party's over. And you can either think that he's just wrong because this was published in 2003. This is a college book a generation ago. But this is why I started focusing on oil and gas, gold, silver. I was talking to a friend of mine who has an oil company, and he's looking for money today. And he's got 100 million barrels of oil to lease up, but it's called tertiary recovery. The way he's going to do it is with air. When you have an oil field and you first drill in and you see all that oil go up in the air in the movies, that's energy. The oil has energy behind it, natural gas usually, but it can be water, just the pressure of the earth. Well, after you pump it for years, and these fields built Dallas and Houston, New York City, these are the fields that won World War II. The energy's gone. So the oil's just sitting there in these big pools. And I'm trying to remember his data. Something like only 10% of the oil in the field has ever been recovered. And it's these huge fields. Anyway, he's going to first flood it with air. As CO2 gets there, they'll use CO2. But he said to me, there's only two assets to own right now. And I said, what are they? And he said, oil, conventional oil, and silver. I said, wow. Another guy that thinks like me, thinks just like me. Nvidia dropped, or their earnings dropped. Sell on the booze. Anyway, this is scary stuff. And I've been trying to get you guys thinking. Let me show you a chart. I'll draw it for you. I used to draw it for people. They used to think I was nuts. You know what? They were probably right. They were probably right. But every nut has a squirrel. Sail on, party. Good times never felt so good. Hey, kid, I don't know how to use my direct messaging system. I don't know how to do that. But you can email me at fairandbalanced at Gmail. Fairandbalanced at Gmail. Or I'm sure we have mutual friends in common. All right, let me show you a chart. Here's a chart I used to draw for people back before they committed me to the insane asylum. I used to draw it around the year 2000. So you have Jesus Christ. You remember him. Then you have the year 2000. And then you have 4000. And Jesus Christ, I guess it's more about when he, anyway, this is Annos Domini. So the start of time, at least in our present calculation, the year 2000 and the year 4000. We're nowhere near 4000, are we? We can put 1000. We can put 3000. And you can think of all of history. How did Jesus get into Nazareth? He was riding a donkey. How did Rome conquer the Mediterranean? They had these wind and slaves. How did I don't know. How did they air condition? They might have had methodologies. That's the age of oil. That's the age of oil. From Jesus Christ, if you go out to the other side, that's the age of oil. That's it. A lot of things happened during that time. The population went from 1 billion to 8 billion. Pollution went up. Fisheries collapsed. Whales could have lived, but farming exploded. It was the age of the jet engine and automobile. And women's rights. Why? Because there's policemen that can be there in 5 minutes. I wonder what the world was like for people that wore pink hair back here. What's the world ahead of us without oil? There'll always be oil, but without cheap oil, what will the world ahead of us be? That's the age of oil. And Hubbard's, you guys probably don't know what Hubbard's Peak is, but every field is discovered and every field is produced. It's very simple. It's a lot like the dinosaur. Thin at one end, much, much thicker in the middle, and thin again at the other. But Hubbard's Peak, he claimed the United States hit peak oil production in the 70s. Well, oddly, we're actually producing more because of cheap money and fracking, but cheap money is the main reason. And we came back up from down here, we came back up. But it doesn't matter. That's going to decline too, unless we somehow, maybe there'll be a breakthrough where nanotechnology, Exxon's investing in it, can go down and get oil up using a technology. But every one of us lives a life that Cleopatra, other than the power, would have loved to live. But it's all based on oil. It's all based on oil. And I'll finish this again, but the scary thing to contemplate, he argues we're in an oil plateau. As fields come on and decline, other fields come on. But we haven't had major discoveries in years, although they are finding oil off the coast of Western Africa, which is bravo. But each of these fields come on and they decline and decline. And you've got a whole world that wants to live. I mean, if you were building Dubai from scratch, which they did, why would you build these towers and put the parking towers next to these high rises and build everything on the highway? They are building trains, that's true. But why wouldn't you build your buildings higher and have, I don't know, 20 meters for ocean sea rise? But I guess they didn't think of that. Why would you make your city car centric? Why not make it a little bit more walking and all that? But they didn't. They imitate what was in the movies. And that's one thing Trump is, I think, failing to see. I like his optimism and that there'll be answers, but I just took that train ride up. Oh my gosh. We're so behind Spain. I've not been to China or Japan's high-speed rail, but man, I've been on the the Eurostar thing that goes under the water. I've been on that, and this train in France. We're way behind. We're way behind. Leanna, my prediction, RLAIF. You want a prediction? I think it's going to go to $5 soon. I think it'll go to, I think it's going to happen in 2 or 3 stages. I think as soon as starting tomorrow, but probably next week, they're going to get it up to maybe $1. And then I think it could run to 3. It's a Canadian stock, but I think it's going to get to the, I don't know, $5 to $6 to $8 range, but let's just stick with $5. Is 25 cents US, 20 times your money. Yeah, I'm not, if people have listened to me a long time, I'm not into diamond hands, that whole idea of diamond hands. So if you buy, the hardest thing, I look back on my last 3 years, I do it too. I don't, we could have made money in almost every stock if we had just taken a quick profit instead of waiting for the golden ring. So anyway, if you buy it, where did it close? Let me look. It's 28 cents. So call it 30 cents US. I think it'll go to, it could go to 6. So that's 20 times your money. But anywhere from 4, 5, 6, take your original money off. But Leanna, my real prediction for it, one of those partners, Microsoft, Nvidia, I forget the other ones on their website, will buy them out. What I heard, and I do not claim, number one, I do not claim to understand the high-tech stock market. I'm a little bit like Warren Buffett, but you know, it's been around a long time. You see how it works, you listen to people. But I heard one of their products they have, and I won't explain this correctly, is, let's say you go into I don't know, some company who's had computer systems there for 20, 30 years. Now that I think of it, it's a lot like the Nix story, the Nixie story, where they're going in with Radix XI and they're going to change the sales patterns in computers of just got to have it from 30 years old technology to new AI technology. It's very similar to Nix in that way. But anyway, companies have to go in and clean up their legacy software systems for efficiency, I guess for memory, I don't know. But you can hire teams to do it. And apparently it can take 9 months, a year to get something like that done. Or you can take this product, RLAIF, and it doesn't happen in weeks. It doesn't happen in days. They can isolate and fix the problem in minutes. So you turn this, it's a huge step up in productivity. And it's already, you saw it, it's already, I read it to you, it's already on the Microsoft platform. So to me, it would be a logical buyer. There's a oil company, a technology company that it's private, that I'd like to invest in, but the money I'm thinking of putting in it keeps taking too long. But what they do, this oil company, they have a technology that goes in, drills, and then drills horizontally, stays in the zone by they used to call them smart pigs, these things. Anyway, the front of the drill bit is communicating with all the brainiacs, computers, engineers, and geologists. But it's all done in the cloud. It's all done in the cloud, and this is the breakthrough. So it's cheaper, and it's you can be anywhere. If you're running your oil company, you can be in Puerto Rico, or you can be in London, you know, or you can be in Monte Carlo, or you can be in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can be anywhere, and you can real-time watch it, giving advice and all that. Anyway, this company is very similar to this story, RLAIF. The guy that founded this company I'm talking about, his name, it's not this one, but it's a similar story. He started 2 previous companies. Both times he sold out his company to bigger oil and gas technology companies, and he made anywhere from 5 to 10 times money for his investors. That's the same as this one. Well, what I heard on this RLAIF, the founders, I tried to locate the founders on the website. They've built out either one or two similar companies, and I believe they sold at least one of them to Microsoft. So anyway, my real prediction is RLAIF is ripe for the pickings, and I bet Microsoft or Nvidia or what were the other two or three could buy them. I think they could buy them. Hello? Hello? Yeah? Yes? Hi, Claire. Ask him if he realizes who I am. Now, when do you want to move it? I'll try to. I might. Go ahead. When could I come when? Well, put me down, but I reserve the right to call you up and say I can't, because I'm supposed to be traveling in the middle of December, but I haven't booked anything, so I'll try to leave that day open. But that's why I liked the second, because I had the whole month. But all right, put me down. What time, and I'll December 9th, 8:50 a.m. You're really punishing me. All right, I'll do it. I'll write it down. Okay. Thank you, Claire. Is Claire with an I or no? No I. All right. Thank you, Claire. Appreciate it. Bye. I think without the I, it means you're Irish. Anyway, that's my eye appointment. Darn it. Moved it to the 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Ugh. Ugh. Anyway, I can deal with it. So anyway, it's a similar story, which is, I understand, is they're building out a software technology which, rather than copy or imitate Microsoft or Nvidia or whatever, just buy it. And I understand that concept, and that's why I latched onto it so quickly. So my prediction is that stock is about to go to $1. When? Next couple of weeks. And then I think it'll go to 2, 3. But I think it'll get probably, Leanna, to, it's a Canadian company. So I don't know, 5, 6, 8, something like that. And it might go higher, but I wouldn't be in all of your shares at that point. And if there's a buyout, when does that happen? I don't know. That could be months. It could be a long time, or it could be very quick. It could be very quick. It's an exciting story. Life is about tools and how tools improve efficiency and rates of return. Beat all metrics. So the stock's gonna go up. Stock's gonna go up. Kid is the optimist. Plenty of silicon, which is the new oil age, but life's about energy, and all life All life is about energy. But I also, Leanna, don't forget about Nixie. I'll give you my projections on Nixie. I would say very similar, very similar. I would say over the next 2 weeks, it could go down. And by the way, anything can go down once you buy it. But I think in both cases, any pullback will be met with buying. But pullbacks, that's an opportunity if you want to add to it. I personally am of the school, I always overpay because I'd rather be in it to win it than miss out because I didn't pay 5 cents more. But hey, look where that strategy got me. But Nixie, sexy Nixie, Nix the fix, Nix the shorts, Nix the cat. Nix, I think, will go to, on the chart, that $5 number, let's say, over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks, you know. And then to 8. I'm just trying to remember the chart. And then I would say it could go to between 15 and 25, almost completely reasonably. And I think it could get in the 40, 50, 60 range in a spike. And I would not ignore Nixie. I think sexy Nixie is the single best year-end trade other than NVIDIA right now, probably. And now I like this one I just told you, RLAIF. I do think Logic will give you an opportunity to buy it. You don't have to chase it, but I think in the first quarter, that's going to start to give you return finally. Silver, it's pulled back. I think silver's going to go to 90. If it goes to 75, I'll consider that a win. It'll be in all the news stories in the world. I think next year, I think the stock market, probably led by NVIDIA, we're on the verge of a 30%, 40%, 50% melt up in the stock market. And I'm not joining in. I'm noticing some headlines like that now. But I've been saying that for quite a while. I'm not picking on Ace, but I remember a year ago, more than a year ago, he was saying we were going to have a crash. I was very polite in pointing out I thought we were going to make new highs last year, and we did. And it's not about me. I'm not saying I'm great. What I'm saying is that some of the basis, who I listen to, who I follow, has been correct. Anyway, I think the market probably a logical time frame would be before Trump is inaugurated, but it could be sooner. It could happen all by December. It could take longer and happen by March. But after that blow off top, the party's over. The party's over. And I think the stock market is going to have a retracement that's going to make you wish you had never heard of the stock market. And it's going to happen in the indexes. It'll probably affect ETFs terribly. It's going to happen in mutual funds. And I believe you're going to round trip in the stock market all the way to where the market broke out. Now, the question would be, could it go back when the depending on where you measure the beginning of the bull market. If it's 82, I think it's around 780 in the Dow. If you measure it from a little bit before that, my memory is the Dow was somewhere around 690, 680. And so the Dow went from, let's call it 700, one side of other. And I remember when it hit 1,000, the world was ecstatic. And now I think we're headed to 55, 60,000 on the Dow. 60,000 from 1,000. But could it round trip all the way back to 1,000? I don't know. I think you probably have to build in some sort of inflation adjustment or something. But could it collapse all the way back to um, I don't know, 10,000? I think it'll go lower than 10,000. I think it'll go lower. I'd have to look at the charts where the breakouts were. Could it go to 6, 5, 2? Yeah, I think you're going to see just a horrendous crash in the market. I think the Fed will come in and do everything they can to juice us back up, and that might work for a while. But then we've got a long emergency in the United States. There's an author called James Howard Kunstler. He used to have a website with a terrible name, which I will not repeat, but now his website is his name. And he came to this story by architecture and fascinating analysis of life in the United States in the automobile time frame. When you go to Europe or some cities in the United States, you live downtown, you walk outside, there's a courtyard, there might be a park, there's stores, restaurants, shops, there might be some sort of thing, a guy on a horse or a fountain or something. But there's trees and plants, and it's all very community oriented. In the United States, everything's highway, office buildings, and then they put one twig in the middle of the median, and that's supposed to give your soul some sort of satisfaction. Anyway, very interesting stuff. But he got into the whole study of oil and our culture peaking. And one thing he wrote 2 or 3 novels. I read them. He had one description about how we get on our motorcycles or in our cars and we're used to that wind blowing against that could disappear. We might be limited to the speed of a horse, but how can you get horses back? And that's why MMAT is so discouraging. That battery was probably and then I would agree more with Kit. That battery was probably it was the membrane, was probably one of the most important technologies. Batteries are going to be, and that's what I think Tesla's about, is its batteries. If you can start storing energy, we might be all right. But you still need oil, still need gas. But what was I going to say about James Howard Kunstler? His book is called The Long Emergency, and that's what I think we'll go into after the market has a hard crash landing. And this time we won't have the common theory is that World War II pulled us out of the Depression. I would argue, it's true. We were the last country standing and the dollar was preeminent, but we had the oil. Our oil fueled the end of World War I. It fueled World War II. And our American lifestyle, our growth, our American dream was fueled by oil. Anyway. I sort of sounded like Martin and said Canadian contract. Oh, it sort of sounded like Martin said Canadian contract. Well, I think he grew up in Canada, so he may have said it. I'm not sure he meant it. What DeCroteau, what I think about Finger is slightly different than him, but I do not dismiss his understanding of patterns and trading. And I hope you guys learn from him. I learned from him little things that are just his habits of trading. To some of us, including me, they're completely, why didn't I think of that? And so I do trust that what he recognizes could work, and certainly used to work all the time. But what I'm afraid of with finger motion in the short run, just the short run, I'm not taking away from longer, is they have it under control. Now that can change, as Jack McCarthy used to say, sentiment can change on a dime. It can change on a dime. And all of a sudden the thing's running and you go, what the heck happened? And that certainly can happen. And maybe it is a further announcement of a contract. Maybe it is that they turn positive in earnings. Or maybe it's a buy-in. I don't know. But to me, DeQuattro, I didn't really sleep on it, but I fitfully tossed and turned. And to me, I think what I heard is that third quarter earnings won't be, it won't be bad, won't be, it's just kind of there. I don't think it would have mattered if they one way or the other. But fourth quarter could be really good. Maybe not, but it could show us where they're going. And I think next year there's huge strides that finger motion can make, and it can show up in that fourth quarter report. And once you can start projecting the future with confidence, you can discount the positives and the stock price goes up. And then you can get buying back in. You can get buy-ins. Hey, DeQuattro. Hey, Kit, bonsoir. You can email me on fairandbalance@gmail, or I don't know how to otherwise. Sexy Nixie. That's it. Sexy Nixie. And I think it's going to become the sexiest story out there. Well, I think look, Leanna and others, I remember when fortunes were made in the over-the-counter markets. And I think this is something that Lou was trying to get people to see. I think Lou had a bit of a vision there of what could happen. I think we, almost by osmosis, are realizing that we can create a bit of a community. And I know I get a little upset and boo birds come in, but generally we can share ideas. And as long as, we're basically honest with each other, I think most people here are, some aren't, we can maybe, and I think this was the idea Lou had, which I commend him for, is that you could find a stock, it's up, move to another. And I think he may have had some sources of information too on it. But my point is, I didn't finish. When the indices collapse, it does not mean you can't make money in the market. I think it could be the over-the-counter markets. And I wish Trump realized the damage that the Adina Friedmans and the Genslers and Cooks and the Lynn Partners of the world do. Because the American dream is about capital formation and having a true price discovery. That's just what it is, and we don't have that anymore. Sexy Nixie, what have you done? I saw The Landman. I haven't seen the show, but Landman is all about it, and wealth happened in land. I put deals together with others, and I'm not a landman. But you match landmen with capital, and there were fortunes made. But it's gotten more, there's more people understand it. I was on the board of a company that I raised money for, private company, and I won't say the name, but there was, well, to be more precise, I was given a board seat, but then the agreement with the money at the table, and it was a big shake and bake out of the Middle East. Guess what? The advisor wanted a board seat. The CEO wouldn't give it to him. And so they decided, well, why don't you take mine? So my associate kept his. I lost mine, but I was allowed to go to every meeting. What I learned, though, is if you're there and you don't have a vote, no one cares what your thoughts are. But anyway, this other guy who was there representing the what did you call them? Class 8 secured, or was it unsecured? Anyway, he was representing a class of investors in this company because it had gone through this bankruptcy reorganization. He was a great guy. I really enjoyed him. He didn't talk much, but when he did, I really liked him. He was a lawyer, country lawyer. He smoked. He had a southern accent as big as Texas, the drawl, and sounded a bit like Johnny Cash. Not quite, but a little bit. He didn't sing like Johnny, but he got to know him over the years. Great guy. He's always there, always reasonable, always made smart comments. I remember when his kid started playing baseball, how proud he was. But I also remember when he quit smoking, and I told him, that's your biggest accomplishment you've ever made. Anyway, he started as a lawyer, and he was doing the essentially the work of a landman. He went out and leased up acreage around Dallas, Fort Worth, and what you do, and those of you in MMTLP understand it, when the cycle's negative, you can lease up acreage for next to nothing. You drill one well, you can hold all that acreage. If that well's producing, you can hold all that acreage. And then you go do it again. You go do it again and again. As people got smarter, they demanded downsizing of the units and demanded that you drilled more wells. So it was harder to do that. But this guy went out and he said, well, I can't get it. He said, well, well, I'm just a country lawyer, and I just take some, investors' money. We drill 1 or 2 wells a quarter, and I'm looking for some money. And so he asked me, I asked my associate, and my friend says he didn't want very much, like 2 million, 5 million for half of his company. So he could go out and lease up a lot of acreage. And the guy, my compatriot, he said, tell him it's too small for us. We're not interested. It's too small. Well, he just kept working on it. And this is the landman story you're talking about. He went out before anyone really understood horizontal drilling and really understood the power of fracking. He went out and he drilled 1 vertical well, hold all this acreage, and he didn't have to drill all the acreage. Why? Because once he put it all together, he had, to use a term that's in other, this is not a term that's used in oil and gas, but in other fields, proof of concept. It's much more that, it's the engineering reports and the productive wells, the site, it's all the data can give you fairly confident, particularly if it's a blanket sand, that this extends. So he sold it. He didn't sell it all. He sold a part of it and kept a piece. And he hit the Forbes 100 list, tied with Sandy Weil. So my friend and I were flying in for the meeting. We're at the newsstand. He opens it up. He says, son of a gun. He used more powerful language. He said, we could have had half the company. But hey, you always miss out on something. I want to watch Landman. Government. Hey, if I sounded like Martin. Oh, sorry. Awesome. Awesome. I don't listen to you anymore because I don't think you're telling the truth. But if you are, I don't think your losses came from listening here. I think you probably listened a lot of places. If you listen to me, you limited your losses in GTII, although Logic and Collective Audience have not performed yet, but I think they'll be okay. On Finger, I would argue, if you listen to me, you didn't buy it higher. However, if you were trading the excitement of a year and a half ago in the calls and the options, you might have been in there with me, because I think I called it pretty well. I felt it was going to run. It was like it's priced where it is now, and it really had a good run for many months. People were making money, and it got exciting. Personally, I stayed too long at the party. It's my fault. I should have said, no, I can't do the interview. But the movie was so important. You got to go there, go down, and of course it's on option expiration Friday. And man, did that movie cost me my steak, my grub steak. But anyway, if you've been listening to me on Finger, there's no way you've lost money on it. You maybe lost money on the opportunity that you could have sold at higher numbers, right? You maybe haven't listened to me, and I haven't been too explicit, but I've said it over and over again that with finger, you can sell calls against your position. You can. And I don't think you've lost money in finger. And I don't know. Maybe you traded out of it. Maybe you chased AMC. Maybe you chased GME. Maybe you chased uh, I don't know, other stocks. I told people not to do COSM, although I myself bought some in the middle of the emotion of it, and then the next day sold it, and I either lost a tiny bit or made a tiny bit. I think I made $1,000. But I told everyone, I was crystal clear, don't go in COSM. AMC, when they rallied, I said, sell calls, sell the stock. When that roaring kitty crap came out, I said it's just a bouncing ball, and it's going to bounce a lower and lower and lower and lower. And I would, hate to say it, looking back, I was right on that. I'm not trying to take credit. I'm just saying that's the pattern that I saw there. I said the same thing about AMC. I don't know. I can't remember all the stocks. CRTD, that one really hurt me big time. I remember I called Ham, of all people. I said, look, that deal where GTI is going to buy them out doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's no. The whales are dead. I talk to do and do talk to do, and that's a done deal. And then Jeremy changed the price from $3 to $5, as is his want. He had to try to get more. He was going to be the CEO. He was going to have all these investors. He could have done anything with the company. But they said pound sand. And I tell you, when that was announced, that stock opened. It was like 150 when I said it wasn't going to work. And he talked me into keeping it. And that afternoon, it broke down. That announcement came out. And I think it went to 80 cents. And then people still had their hopes. So they're going to do something. They're going to renegotiate, whatever. Some other announcement, he's not going to do anything. It opened at 20 cents. That was devastating. And how do you account for those decisions? I don't know. I wish Jeremy had run, well, at the time, I wish Jeremy had run GTII. Maybe not in the long run. On GTII, I really don't think I could have been clearer unless I came out and said sell, sell, sell. But it was hard to do that because that's before it became clear to some people that Reichman was misappropriating items, apparently. But I talked about a palace, I don't know, palace coup, about palace intrigue. And I told people, I think I was as clear as I could that deal was probably not going to work. That trade was over. And if you bought GTII, the highest it ever was $8.97. I don't think you paid that. But if for some reason you bought it in the 5 or 6 or 7 range, well, you bought it because Lou was telling you to buy it. And I'm not trying to put it off on him, but I wasn't telling people to buy it at 5, 6, and 7. I didn't tell people to buy it over $1. But I did believe in the idea of the short squeeze. And you all stopped it, Thomas. You stopped it. GTII was in the middle of a squeeze. Finger was in the middle of the squeeze, in my judgment. But you got to 3 people up there, popped the bubble, and there's evidence there all around. But it's a tough battle. The criminals don't want to lose. They have everything on their side. But you're apparently forgetting that part of the story. I would say Logic and Collective Audience so far have been extremely disappointing. There's an American Stock Exchange guy that thinks it's just algorithmic trading, and it's, all you got to do is get it up there to a price and it'll go the other direction. Well, he's right. It is algorithmic trade. It's just computers. There's none of the emotionalism of a trading desk anymore. Most days. The CEO of Collective Audience believes Aubrey Advisors and Chadron are good people. I don't. I think it was a setup. But I think the CEO is good. I think he's building a company, and I think he's doing the right things. When NASDAQ told him you're gonna be delisted, instead of reverse splitting, he said, Thomas, I'm not going to help you guys out. I'm going to move over to the over-the-counter. Good luck. And that's great. That's great. I think he's going to build a company. How big? I don't know. $1, $2, $3? And if it holds there on the way to 25 eventually, great. But if that happens, that original investment in Logic that became DLQ will have value even if Logic stays just where it is. But I think Logic's headed to 40, 50, 60 cents. So yeah, it's been waiting, but I don't, unless people sell, I don't think people are going to lose there. I think people have made money in silver trades. I guess you didn't. Out of all the ideas that Ham's had, and many that I've had, you just only picked the losers. I guess that's what you did. Well, I know how that feels. You have a list that you want to buy and you pick the wrong one. But I think I've given a lot of ideas. You just can't leave, I know, because you're being paid to be here, and that's how you make money. You're here to recoup your significant losses, but you won't listen. You won't listen. I don't know how much money you have. I don't know how significant your losses are. But if you have $3,000, go buy Nixie, NIXXY, $3,000, 1,000 shares. Now, in a week or two, on a day, it could open at $1.80, and you're going to go, oh, I've lost everything. The sky is falling. I'm little Bo Peep. It's all over. But if you hold through that, if it were to pull back, if you hold through it, I think Nixie will snap to, I've given you the numbers, 5, 8, the teens, 20, 25, and I think it could go $40, $50, $60. But don't wait for all that. Don't wait for all that. You're so negative. If you bought 1,000 shares at $3, maybe you sell 1,000 shares at 13. You make 10 grand. Is that significant to you? Maybe not. But then you have 10 grand. And you have losses in your other trades, so you're not paying any capital gains on that 10 grand. And you can take the 10 grand. You can buy silver and it triples. Turn it into 30 grand. You could buy this. I think you can buy this stock RL Railtown AI at 30 cents, you could put 3 grand in that and buy 10,000 shares. And if that goes to $5, $50,000. But you don't want to listen to that. You want to just come on here, focus on GTII, fingers down, it's not out. Remember, a collie down is not a collie out. And I don't know, you want to bring whatever negative you can remember. And of course, that's all you invested in. And you're going to make your family whole again. One way to make your family whole again probably is to stop trading. Stop trading. But if you want to trade and invest, it's 2 different things. Trading is different than investing. Sometimes they're the same. If you want to make your money back, you can't just hold on to GTII. GTI is over with. It's over with. You got some guys there that are recovering assets after they get paid out, and you know, it's possible one of the guys that's doing it for free. Anyway, then you've got to run the gauntlet of getting it out of the court, and then you've got to run the gauntlet of does the large short position still exist? You've got to run the gauntlet of having your company picked. The people involved are going to charge a fee for creating it. And so the Johnny comes lately that didn't put any money in are going to take huge pieces of GTI's assets and then upside just for existing. And, you know, good on them. Good on them. And then there's going to be more money in. A company comes in. I doubt after people take their cut and then add their cut and then the whales put in money and maybe there's a company that comes in, I doubt we'll own much more than a de minimis percentage of GTII. But you want to focus on that. You want to keep going on that. You want to look at the negatives of Finger. You guys short everything and sell things, stock that doesn't exist. All right. And you're surprised the stock's down. And that's what you want to focus on. I just went, instead of bitching and moaning, I hopped a train. I'm not going to complain. I was very grateful that I had the opportunity, and I thought I found it wonderful, a gift to be able to sit down and learn. Finger has a good story. Is it quite developed yet? I don't know. But you want to bitch and moan. I don't find that's the best way to invest. If you lost money in something, you got to absorb it and say, and then you got to think of other ideas. But Thomas, the one thing you have, I don't know what significant is. I don't know. You call it your significant, my significant losses, but then you say you want to make your family whole again. So whatever. I assume it was your money, not your family's money. If you, by now in the end of the year, book those losses, gains you make next year, you don't have to pay taxes on because they cross, up to the limit of your losses. So if you bought 1,000 Nixie, what if you sold it at 23? You paid 3, you make 20 grand. You have a $23,000, and of course you're negative, so you won't add Finger at the end of the year. But maybe you say to yourself, this logic story, everyone's down on it. I'm reading the news. They're adding 7 companies worth over $750 million. And yes, it's probably going to be more shares. But I can see that stock going to 45 cents, 55 cents. It's trading under 2 cents. I'll take some of this, I'll buy some Logic, and if it gets to 20 cents, I make 10% on that money. And you know what else? I might go buy, I don't know, fill in the blank. So you could turn 20,000. Maybe you don't 10x the whole 20, but maybe you 5x it. It's conceivable in 2 trades, you could turn 3,000 into $100,000. It's conceivable, but you don't want to do that. You want to focus on, I've got to make it back in GTII. Let me tell you a secret. You're not going to make the money back in GTII. It's not going to happen. There are people who are going to cut their piece out of the carcass just for doing so-called legal work and holding space calls. Fine. I don't, as long as they're telling you how they're getting paid, that's fine. But you know, are they the ones that found GTII? Are they the one? No. You're the one that put up the money. But anyway, that's life. That is life. GTII is finito and has been. Now, is there a chance as a new trade in GTII to make money? Yeah, possibly. And maybe the new trade will be the same shares you have right now and you add some money to it. But we're not there yet. So you're not going to make your money back in GTII. Finger, you hate it. You don't like it. Oh, Martin should have done this. Martin should have done that. Oh, why didn't he give a prediction of how high it was going to go? You just want to be negative. So I don't recommend that you trade Finger because you hate it. But I've given you some ideas. You could buy, this space, these are all speculative stocks. This isn't like putting money in a CD. And if you had significant money and you have a family, I wonder why the money isn't in a bond or a certificate of deposit. But that's your story and you're going to stick to it. But if I were in your situation right now, if it's a truthful one, I'd be looking at booking my losses either now and buying them back when the stocks are cheaper 31 days from now, or I'd book my losses at the end of the year. And I would try to pick out 3 or 4 or 5 stocks that might have a January effect. They didn't work last year, but it usually works every year. Doesn't always, but it can work. And I think you can start with a relatively small amount of money. The problem is you have to wait, and you have to be a grown-up in the sense that, oh, another thing, they said it was going to go next week. Oh my gosh, now it's next month. Instead of being all pissy, you got to go, well, that's investing in the stock market. That's what happens. Is the story still the same? Can I make it for another month? If you can't do that, you shouldn't be investing anyway. And I don't know if you're talking about MMTLP. I never told anyone to buy MMTLP. Never. Where I made my mistakes in that is I really thought it would squeeze. I really did. It didn't. And I lost money in that if you look at it as you do, doom and gloom. I put my money up and now I can't get my money out. Right now, give it to me now. Well, I actually think, even though I paid $8, I think the price of admission to a good private company was reasonable. Unfortunately, they lost the Ora Grande, but I still have hopes. I still have hopes. So, I'm sorry you uh, 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 have lost money and you need to make money back in to make your family whole again. There's a lot of people that don't listen to me anymore. A lot of people I cut off. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. My biggest mistake with GTII Finger was I should have told everybody, you know what? Lou just bought it all. Why don't you sell? But I didn't do it. It was so clear in retrospect. I agree with you. It'll reverse quickly. I was going to say that when stocks are negative before earnings, lots of times they pop up. If they thought they could win, what a pathetic, worthless statement by him. Apparently, they can easily keep the price down for years or indefinitely, so his statement is mute. Well, you mean moot. You mean M-O-O-T, right? You mean moot. A moot statement is not a pathetic statement. But whatever. I don't know. I saw some times where there have been some squeezes that happened in GME and AMC, for example. And that description is exactly right. But you don't think it through. If they had assets behind them, and there's several shorts in Finger. There's the big clients, there's the day traders, and there's probably the real shorts. They can't let the momentum happen, because if it gets out of control, you get a capital call. And if you get a capital call, you're out of the game and you lost money. If they can keep pressure on it, 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 they can ride out the string, like in a lot of stocks, DBBM, VNUE, HPIL, it's endless names. And then it finally breaks and they've made their money. But the risk when you're doing this with limited funds is you get margin called out of it. And in my experience, I've been right on stocks, but if I did them on margin, the stock comes down, I have a margin call, I can't pay it, they sell me out. I'm wiped out. And the stock goes up. That's all that statement he makes means. I don't find it moot. I think it's pretty informative. It may be that it no longer applies in a world of algorithmic computer on computer trading. And it may be that these big pools of money who run through the fronts of a Jeff Easton, your friends, they may be shorting so many stocks that one stock being up doesn't give them a margin call. That's a different type of short. All right, let me go down here. WWGI, WGA, WWG1, WGA. Look, I thought it was a good interview. I think Finger is more of an investment now than a trade for guys like the human being that sold out all the other human beings in the ragtag group of ships led by Battlestar Galactica, a real quisling. But I think there's a trade, Pete, in Finger. To me, Finger can go to 4. That's 100% on your money. If it goes to 3, it's 50%. But a guy like Balsar is not. That's not significant enough. I don't know. Where we go, one, we go all. Q. I like that. That's very good. Very clever. I'm giving this guy way too much time. To everyone here, William called me an idiot for buying finger when it was in the 7 to 9 range over a year ago. 7 to 9 over a year ago. I'm not sure that's the time frame. I think it was 2 years. Do you remember the tune William and Han were singing at that time? Not buying, pal. Not buying. I'm not buying it. I really, you can spread your spew your hatred somewhere else. It's just not true. I didn't tell people to buy it at 7 or 9. I didn't. If they already owned it, great. If people were buying it for a trade, that's on them. You know. If a stock is $1 and you buy it at 9, what's the risk? You buy it at 1, what's your risk? $1. You buy it at 9, what's your risk? $8 maybe? And your reward, anyway, you're learning how to trade, I guess, Thomas. You're learning. Said we were beginning of a 3-week squeeze. Ham and William conveniently forget. I certainly don't. And myself and family are paying for it now, combined with GTII and ZJYL. Did your family help make those decisions? Thomas, Ham just said he wouldn't buy ZJYL right now. And maybe you can buy it cheaper. But I think ZJYL has a chance of snapping back at some point. But whatever. GDC, I think, has a run in it, and maybe very quickly. But I'm not telling you to buy. I'm not. And if you needed to keep this money for your family, you respectfully probably should have been buying stocks like NVIDIA, Amazon, like everybody in the world's buying. Hey, Galadon, bought more finger. You still own T-Lo? I never bought T-Lo. I have the book over here. I did the interview. It's the CEO died. You know that. He was a Vietnam War veteran. I met him. I liked him. He was a good man. He lived in Atlanta and Georgetown, D.C., and the offices are in Baltimore. But the initial investor, right now I'm forgetting his name, but I have spoken to him. He lives in Richmond, Virginia, and a good friend of mine who I worked with and have known for years, went to his wedding in Australia. He now lives in Richmond, and his family owns a medical company. And anyway, when I have some mobility and some flexibility, I intend to go down there and meet with them. I like T-Lo. I like the story. There seem to be some competitors, but I think T-Lo's a fantastic story. That's a case where one gentleman bought the entire offering. I don't know if it was private or public at first, and then the shorts got into it. It's the same story over and over again. Every stock you buy here is shorted, And you want to blame him or me, I guess. Not you. I'm talking about that guy up there. But I like Tommy. Has it been crickets? No, I don't think it's been crickets. But you got to understand. Other than whispers, a guy like me might hear. Companies simply cannot put out information except in a widely distributed press release, or they go to jail. So I'm not going to do it now because I want to get off the phone, but I'll try to look through the news and press releases with Tilo. My understanding is the rat testing went well. I heard that as a conversation. I didn't confirm it. And the dog testing is going okay. I wouldn't mind getting some of that for my dog. And then it's human testing. It's a huge story. But if you can't stand to go through the ups and downs of waiting, the risk that a test gets delayed, the constant short selling, the fakesters, the liars, you shouldn't invest. But what's appealing about Tilo, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like this. But at the end of your DNA is this telomere. And you get one of those. I don't know how many you get, but on the DNA, how many ever they are, they're there to last the lifetime. So when you get a stress, like a sunburn on your largest organ, your skin, the stem cells come pouring out to remake your body. Well, that takes a bit of that telomere, gone forever. And as you age, that telomere gets small and you don't recover from heart attacks or other things. What telomere fell into was they were doing some other thing and they noticed the rats were getting shiny coats and better and walking better. And so the theory is that these telomeres are growing back, so stem cells are growing. So your body can replenish its store of stem cells. So you can live 40 more years, 50 more years, and you can live those years 20 years younger. You don't think that's a great story? Crickets? I don't think it's been crickets, but what do you think? They just take your money? They can't tell you anything until they tell everybody. And I haven't heard anything, but if you're directing crickets at me on that, I need to follow up on it. I'd like to go down to Richmond and meet the guy. He did offer to do another interview with me. It's just hard. I'm on these calls. Ham is high charging, high powered. There's a lot of negativity. I don't always respond well. I stand in there. I'm not in here talking about GTII so I can make a 10%, 5% cut. I'm not in here to get a cut of the next deal. I'm standing in to try to help. And right now, my judgment, and I'm not judging them, whatever. But right now, my call is that trip, the shorts one. We could get another chance to make money, though. You want to keep talking about it. That guy wants to keep talking about it. Thank you, KJB. Yeah, they are nonsense in retirement accounts. I lost, John. I lost where I lost my money in Vocal. That's what it was called. Was in my retirement account. So you're right. I had a huge loss, and I can't do anything with it. Which is why retirement accounts are probably not the best place to buy those. On the other hand, if you make a big gain, yeah. So you're right about that. They don't make any sense in the tax law statement. Doesn't make any sense in the IRA. But I I've realized, John, over the last 6 weeks or so, that I've got to be explicit. So I'll do that. I'll try to do that from now on. Um, when you're on Wall Street, for example, and you read a research report, and it comes out, I remember one analyst on Bank of America when it was $8. BAC, buy all you can. He said, strong buy all you can. Couldn't have been clearer. Couldn't have been clearer. But then you'll see an analyst cover a stock, and he or she has a buy on it, and it goes to a hold. Well, probably you shouldn't take them seriously. That's really a sell. But you got to get to know the analysts a bit. But they don't want to go from a buy to a sell because it affects their bonus. So you got to hear it. And it's not explicit, but you got to read into it. What are they really doing here? And everything's momentum now in the market. Everything is. So as soon as there's a little bit of disappointment, the negative, the selling comes in. Um, and John, I really thought GTII was going to squeeze. I've told you I don't want to talk about it anymore, but I think those guys up in New York all know each other, and the money flows, and and whether they do it intentionally or not, they help the shorts. And it's hot money. It could be as simple as, hey, we can make a huge fee if we get this money to move to COSM. They get paid out in stock, $1,000,000, and they move it all. And that popped the bubble on GTII. But the other problem is, was Reichman working with the Kramers from the start? I don't know. Did Reichman hire Rhubarb to kill the shorts? I don't know. But there's a lot of items in there, and um, look, I still think, John, that GTII there's a lot of big steps to get through. But I think GTII can get a $5, $10, $15 value to itself. How much we have, I don't know. I don't know. But there's better, until that's clearer, there's better stock. I gave you one right now. You can buy RLAIF for 30 cents. And I think in a month or less, it could be $3. But yeah, you're right about it. Yeah, I lost a lot in GTII. It's not easy, Liana. It's not easy. I lost what is this, a confessional? I lost a lot in GTII. I lost a lot in CRTD. A lot. I mean, big numbers. And I lost in a I guess I'd say it a different way. I've decided to be, well, I don't really have a choice. I'm locked in to that logic CAUD trade, and I can't do anything about it. But I think I'm locked into MMTLP, which is now I put into NextBridge. Yeah, it's just ugly. It's very ugly. I think what I've learned over the 2.5, 3 years, I just don't think short squeezes happen easily. And even, I mean, think of HKD, TOP, AMC, GME, Higgly Piggly, Wiggly Wiggly. When they squeeze for 2 or 3 weeks. For 10 years, they're flat before, and 10 years, they're flat afterward. And we sit here, we try to get in around that squeeze. Look at COSM. Everyone was so excited. It went from nothing to 80 cents and back to nothing. I don't think it's that easy. So in the case of GTII, it was always a piece of squirrel stock, but the ratios, the amount of stock shorted, and that he bought back the note, it was a great story. And I thought, and I believed it too much. I didn't want to miss it, And so looking back, it would have been much better to just sell. I don't think Finger's over yet, but I don't personally think it's going to squeeze tomorrow. But I've known Ham long enough that he's called some stocks perfectly, and I wouldn't dismiss it. But personally, I think Finger has to get to a higher value and be producing repeatable, predictable revenues, which are growing, turning into positive cash flow, turning into earnings. And I think it's a whole different story. And then from a higher price, let's see if there's a large short position, which I believe there is. I don't know how big. Let's see what they have to do then. It's not easy, though, Leanna. It's not easy. I want my money. Well, I don't know who recommended buying MMTLP to you. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. So there is no money in MMTLP. MMTLP does not exist. The ticker is expired. There's no company. There's no management. There's no assets. There's no value. There never will be value. There's not a shell. There's nothing. MMTLP is nothing. You need to consider moving it to the transfer agent and changing it to NextBridge. If you're waiting for a big settlement to come from Ann Wagner's committee or Congress, you better get comfortable. If you're waiting for lawyers to help you out, you better get comfortable. If you're waiting for Wall Street to pay you off out of the goodness of their heart, you better get comfortable. It's not happening. It's not happening. NextBridge, you have a chance. To build an oil and gas company with a good team, 3 to 5 years, 7 years. If it's in the middle of a bull market, it could happen rapidly, and you could make money on MMTLP if you move it to NextBridge. But if you're in MMTLP and you're saying, I want my money, good luck. ELAB, yeah, if I remember, I'll write it down, ELAB. Ham doesn't get too distracted, but Zach, what's worth asking him, he hears things, he hears things. There was a poster by the name of Gray that was promoting MMTLP and how taking it private was going to be great for shareholders in the summer and fall of 2022. I don't know who Gray was. Yeah, there were. And even I had a friend who I've known a long time. He's older than I am. And he's a honest, hard-working, hard-charging financial type. He started calling me about MMTLP when it was 80 cents, 60 cents.
Sorry, I can't update your plans here. You can do that in the contacts app on your iPhone.
And he said, you got to buy this. And he used that logic. And he said, you really got to buy it. They got this MMAT. They're spinning this off. MMAT is a great story, everything. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't believe it. And I didn't do it. He called it $1, $2. I don't think he called it $3. He said, you should have done it. And the last 2 days of trading, I bought my shares at $8. So, and the problem is even, Stephen, is which you can't accept, and nobody here can accept. It's hard to accept. It's hard to accept. In the stocks that are under $1 billion in market cap, there is an opportunity for guys who have no conscience, who can get access to a market maker, and they live in a world of payoffs, to just, and if they get into the flow with the big boys, they can go the path of least resistance, which is selling stock that doesn't exist. And they do it. They did it with MMTLP, MMAT. And I don't know how many times I have to be, it's not my fault they do that. The latest receiver report shows real issues. Looks like 10 million of assets will be recovered. And depending on that payout scheme, I read it differently than Not Legal Advice did. But at least 1 million of that will go to the receiver. So it'll be 9 million in assets. But where I might be wrong, I bet another million might be gone. So it'll be 8 million in assets. And that rubs me the wrong way, because what the hell do they really do? But whatever. They deserve a lot of money because, what? I don't know. And I don't know how he might be chopping it up. He might be splitting that with other people that are helping him. I don't know. You don't know. You never know. But if you take 8 million, Sean, take 10 million in assets and divide it by 200 million shares. What is it? 5 cents a share? I mean, it's something. It's something. But then you got to pay the lawyers. You got to pay the debt, any creditors. You got to pay penalties or fines, I guess. So it's nice. I mean, it's nice that they're doing that. But I think it's like a class action suit. The people that know they're going to make money are the people handling the suit. Shareholders get very little, and it's just life. It's just life. Yeah, I think Reichman is a tough old bird. I've never met him. And I think Reichman won't go easily, but you never know. I admire the people working on it. They're being well remunerated, and it's nearly riskless money. But I still think we have to accept the fact that GTII is a complete washout, complete wipeout. Hypothetically, there could be civil paths on former executives. Oh, civil lawsuits? Yeah. But Sean, and I don't want to be negative. I've tried to take all questions on them. I don't always handle it well, but I try to always take the question. I think there's better ways of making the money back than trying to hope that GTII, if it's a class action suit, 40–50% of the money will go to attorneys. I think even in this receivership play, a lot of the money is going to go to the group that controls the assets. I mean, it's written there. It might get chopped up with others. I don't know. It'll feel good, and the work they do is very good. That'll catch out Reichman and the others if they broke the law. That'll feel good. There may be a deal that comes in, but let's hypothetically say that I can't think of a company that would come in. Let's say a company comes in with $5 a share in value. Well, they're going to say, we want X amount of the shell. That's what they're after, is the shell. They're after having you too. They want you. They want to be able to raise money. And anyway, yes, hypothetically. What are my thoughts on COUD? I don't have well-formed thoughts right now. The stock's 45 cents. It went up over $1. And of course, the criminals come in, and they always will. CAUD was destroyed by Aubrey Advisors, Chadron, either by their sheer incompetence or intentionally. There's no other choice. Chadron has done over 100 SPAC sponsorships, D-SPACs. They're on the board, they're protecting their investment, but that's what I think happened. I don't think it was the fault of the CEO or the other members of the board. But the company needed money when it was de-SPACed, and Aubrey raised $5 million, and I guess Chadron, to pay the lawyers and to pay themselves, to pay the financial guys. They didn't think, well, we should raise, I don't know, $7 million and give 1.5 million to Collective Audience and 500,000 to Logic. So these childs of ours can actually launch and be self-sufficient. They didn't think of that. I think they did it on purpose. So here we are. And by the way, I said it then, and I predicted the stock would go under $1. Oh, you're crazy. Anyway, where are we? Dilution City, pal. The criminals get the stock price down, and there's just dilution. There's at the market financings and all that. However, he's only raised a little bit each time. He's not gone into these big, massive raises. Bravo for him. Secondly, he's bringing on a talented team. He's bringing on talented companies, and bravo for him. Thirdly, the marketplace they're targeting is enormous. It's enormous. So as he brings these embers into the fireplace and moves them closer and closer together, they can go from pink to orange. And as he finally brings on 2 or 3 more companies, that becomes the raw material for a blazing fire. And I think that can happen. So bravo for him on that. NASDAQ with the shorts drove it under $1. They wanted him to do a reverse split to say on NASDAQ. He told them to pound stand. Bravo. I think CAUD is going, unfortunately, until it breaks through this Polar / Aubrey Advisors / Chadron / one other fund out there, either all of them or one of them, selling to protect their profits. And it's, they hire people. It's going to be a slog, but he's going to cross a point, in my opinion, where he hires just the right people. He brings on just the right addition, that the revenues launch, the cash flow launches, and the stock is almost immune from further short selling. I think it's a $1 or $2 stock next year, maybe. And I think if he can avoid issuing a lot of shares, I think he can get it $30, $40, $50 over time. It's a big marketplace. It's a big story. And I like his integrity. I like his thoroughness and his hard work. He's not the one. He believes they're good guys. And he knows them. I don't. The Aubrey guys that are on the board. If I were he, I'd tell them, hey, I'm sure you're great. It's not you, it's me. See you later. That's what I do. Former GTI and certain members found justly enriched themselves. So civil lawsuits would be great, and lawyers will get their piece. But that's great. I like it. But if you're trying to make money, and Sean, I guess I've been thinking about, why do I get so urgent? And it's in my own life too. I don't know if I can find a summary, but Sean, I don't think our lives are going to stay the same. I just went out to McLean for my teeth. That's where my dad lived. Beautiful. People are driving around, big homes. It's all like it was and has been. And I hope it stays that way. But when gasoline, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it won't happen until I'm dead. But when gasoline's $20 a gallon, $30 a gallon, $40 a gallon, the suburban lifestyle's over. Anyway, I don't want to get into a long discussion, but we need to make money now if you're interested. I need to, so that we can think through where we want to live, who we want to be there with, and are we isolated from the panic and the depression and that long emergency which faces us? And I think it's great for lawyers. Perfect answer. Look, I've dealt with a lot of lawyers. Lawyers see a beautiful china cup, and they're holding a mallet. They're really seeing a nail. They smash it. It's good for the lawyers. It was a good year for the roses. And I saw her linger there. It was a good year for the roses. I can hardly bear the sight of lipstick on the cigarettes there in the ashtray. Lying cold the way you left them. At least your lips caressed them while you packed. And a lip print on the half-filled cup of coffee that you poured and didn't drink. I can't get the song. At least you thought you wanted it. And that's so much more than I can say for me. But what a good year for the roses. Many blooms still linger there. Anyway, best shot is they finish the audit, yes. They won't uplist right away. Roll in a real company. Yes, that's all true. That's all true. It's all true. They will pay the price. Yeah, and I'd like to see them do that. GME's looking good for a momentum trade, swing trade. The interview with Shen was that. Thank you. I don't know if it was. I was embarrassed. I did watch it because I thought Ham was going to be talking. I didn't. When you're doing an interview, you don't always remember all of it. But man, I hate looking at myself, particularly from certain angles. And I hate listening to myself. He said it out loud there. Why don't you send it to me, Farrand Balanced at Gmail, and I'll get it to him. But put your contact details, of course, and if he has interest, I'll make that happen. I would buy CAUD. I would buy it. I'm not buying it because I don't have capital, but I would buy CAUD. Doesn't mean it can't go lower. We're in the tax loss season, but I would buy CAUD. And I think he's going to get it back up to $1, $2, $3, which isn't great, I know. But at some point, it's going to cross a threshold where it can accelerate back to $10, $11, $12, $20. That's what I think's coming. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. That's my opinion. Post is from the fall of 2022. All right. Well, I don't know about that post. I don't know about that post. Ah, that light, the light, the bells, the bells. Oh. Ah. It was a good year for the roses. I've grown to like this guy too. Um, I've grown to like this guy too. And let me. Ah, okay. I'm gonna just take a quick break, and I'll come back to finish up. But let me just play this while I'm gone. I think it's great. You guys, if you don't like country, you might not like it. But hey, never a bad time to learn.
I can hardly bear the sight of lipstick on the cigarettes there in the ashtray. Lying cold the way you left them, at least your lips caress them while you pass. And a lip print on a half-filled cup of coffee that you poured and didn't drink. But at least you thought you wanted. That's so much more than I can say for me. But what a good year for the roses. Many blooms still linger there. The lawn could stand another mowing. It's funny, I don't even care. When you turned and walked away, as the door behind you closes, the only thing I know to say, it's been a good year for the roses. After 3 full years of marriage, it's the first time that you haven't made the bed.
Alan Jackson.
I guess the reason we're not talking, there's so little left to say we haven't said. While a million thoughts go running through my mind, I find I haven't spoke a word. And from the bedroom, those familiar sounds of our one baby's crying goes unheard. But what a good year for the roses.
All right. Stop. Enough of that. Enough of that. How to board Leanna. Yeah, I don't like jazz fusion. You can keep jazz fusion. Oh yeah, when I was what did one woman tell me? And can't remember, but one of those lines. You know what? It's uh, says more about them. Says more about them. You dodged a bullet. What a good year. I would have. Yeah. Martin has a low voice. I have clip-on microphones, but when I left so early, and I got up at 4 a.m., I couldn't find them, and I just went without it. So it's my fault. Oh, to the Twitter post, yeah. All right. I don't know what else I can say tonight that's useful. Let's see how Nvidia traded. Nothing. Um, you guys aren't frightened, but I'm frightened. I'm frightened that we're going to war. And it's not even in the top news anymore. Um, can't find it there, but it's like 800,000 troops massing on the border. Um, all right, I think I may. Let me just see if there's. Let me just see if there's war or something like that. Nvidia drops after revenue forecast disappoints. It was priced for perfection. Priced for perfection. See, there you go. China is the solar powerhouse while we were wasting our money. We could have done that. We could have become the solar powerhouse. Energy. It's been a good year from the moon. Okay, let me just look a couple more places. Let me look one more. I'm just seeing if there's something I can read to you to help. We'll read that one tomorrow. The melt up season. The melt up season. But we'll read that one tomorrow. All right. I don't see anything to read to you. I'm going to sign off. Thank you very much. Hang in there. We'll eventually make money. It was a very good year when I was 21. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I like Frank. I like Frank. It was a very good year. I like him a lot. Fair and balanced. Here, let me write it down. I'm not good at always reading it, but I get there eventually. Fair and balanced. My dad used to say, the way you pronounce it, the weather is fair and cool today. But I didn't think fair and cool would be a good Gmail. I could have done that, I guess. Fair and cool. Fair and balanced at Gmail. And what time is it? 6:23. I guess I could go. My dog isn't here. I miss my dog. I didn't want to take him home. I'm tired, but in the afternoon, I didn't think he could walk. I'll get him in the morning, and I think he can walk the whole way, but I miss him. Yeah, Nix. I think Sexy Nixie is the best trade of the year, but I like this new one that I just Rail AI. Philippines email. I like the idea of the Philippines, but I don't. Last night. I was at the King Cole Bar in New York. It was nice by myself. I talked to the guy next to me. He was telling me about his girlfriends in the past. He said, "You know the trouble with them? They're all coin operated. They're all coin operated." Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've got to get some things settled. I think if there's a place to live there, I'm intrigued by the Cameron Highlands in just north of, I think it's north of Kuala Lumpur. But yeah, I like the Philippines. We're probably going to go to war, though. All right, I'm going to sign off. Apologize for being abrupt. So peace to everyone. Peace to all the children in the world. And may the leaders have mature thinking and not be operating from their lizard brain, but from their higher sense of human life and all life. We don't want a nuclear war. All right, so cheers. We'll catch you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.